The Mikazuchi Clan, another clan of assassins that is known for their unequaled godlike speed. Their attacks and maneuvers exhibit momentum that are practically invisible to the naked eye. For centuries, the Mikazuchi Clan has passed on this inhuman ability. The ability to be able to not only be as fast as lightning, but to be lightning itself. Before they achieve such magnificent ability, one must endure the rite of succession. The rite of succession is somewhat similar to the passing of the Niko style secret technique, Demonsbane. For 9 straight days of vigorous training without sleep or rest, the practitioner must endure extreme hunger, thirst, fatigue, dehydration, and exhaustion. Depriving the body of rest results in major cognitive deficits and false perceptions. But having trained and prepared for any threats or impending death, the practitioner has prepared himself to allow the lightning god dwell within him, to be able to throw oneself into the state of oneness, the state in which a person experiences consciousness in its true form, casting aside technique, physicality, and perception, as one must enter and be one with darkness and trigger the state of survival, where the body and mind totally becomes one and lets them unleash their full physical potential, enhancing instinct and reflexes to maximum output. The Mikazuchi Clan's fighting style, the Raishin Style or Lightning Spirit Style, the Assassination Fist, which is apparently created by the Kami of Kashima, the god of thunder himself, Takemikazuchi no Kame, where the most notable user of the Raishin Style is Mikazuchi Rei. However, similar to the Kure Clan, the Raishin Style removes the brain's limiters, but in the aspect of speed, yet requires distinctive bodily physique, in which only the bloodline of the Mikazuchi can possess the secret technique. But since they do not practice artificial breeding process, the use of the Raishin Style is restricted, since the use of the technique demands great physical stress to the human body, especially to the lower extremities. In order to somehow make up for this, the Mikazuchi Clan undergoes training as early as they learn to walk and prioritize in strengthening the legs. Nevertheless, the Raishin Style is an assassination technique in which it is most effective while wielding bladed weaponry and kill the opponent with minimal effort instantaneously. It can be said that the strikes of the Raishin Style cannot be compared to the devastating force and lethality of the Kure techniques. Yet, their speed far surpasses that of the Kure Clan, as the Raishin Style focuses on speed rather than power. It adapted into utilizing the bare hands to be used as killing weapons and land immediate fatal blows to the opponent's vital points with extreme precision and hyper speed. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. The Raishin Style techniques, dream walking, a footwork which is similar to the Niko Style's flash fire, which also confuses the opponent by rendering multiple copies of themselves, a Raishin Style footwork created by Mikazuchi Sei that creates after images of the user. This technique is required to discombobulate the opponent until the user executes the finishing move. Lightning Flash, the traditional form of Raishin Style technique, which is also the fastest, a direct and linear frontal strike executed with extreme velocity, which inevitably defeats the opponent's reaction time. This technique, however, forces the lower extremities to their utmost limits, as the user does not use any protective footwear. This technique also causes severe dehydration, which leads to side effects such as trembling and blurred vision. Since the technique is linear and relies heavily on speed, the technique is possible to be opposed by someone who knows its weakness. Sunfire, a technique that delivers direct and non-identical form of strikes which hits the opponent's vital points. These strikes do lack power but are extremely fast and precise, enough to inflict damage and injury that may render the opponent immobilized. Thunderclap, similar to Sunfire, this technique bombards the opponent with an assault of ever-changing strikes, which also targets the opponent's vital points, but with much aggressive combos and unending chain of strikes up until the opponent falls to the ground. Fajin, the armor-piercing, permeating force, a focus of force in an attack in which the strike discharges power explosively, a technique that inflicts a thunderous strike that penetrates the opponent's defense, where the force reaches inside the vulnerable part of the body, similar to Lu Dongcheng's Fajin and Ryuki's soft strike technique, which delivers devastating force in the same manner. Chi molding, a Raishin Style kata that apparently originated in China, a concentration technique that balances the user's vital force or chi, where its utilization helps to clear the user's mind from any unnecessary distractions, thus boosting focus. Although the Raishin Style techniques and maneuvers are undeniably extremely fast and precise that normal eyesight cannot even follow its movements, their attacks are linear and predictable, and if used against extremely proficient combatants who possess the highest form of foresight, the Raishin Style is deemed ineffective. Or is it? The Mikazuchi clan is in fact known to be the rival of the Kure clan and have fought against each other in countless battles, as it was said that Mikazuchi Bio is far more faster than Mikazuchi Rei. Besides, since Mikazuchi Rei swore to never kill again, it can be said that his Raishin Style evolved into a softer, non-killing Raishin Style. Nonetheless, the information regarding the history of the Mikazuchi clan and Raishin Style is awfully restricted. Its true lethality and effectiveness is still a mystery and incomplete. And if the Mikazuchi clan had ever fought both the mainline Wu clan and the Westward Faction. Kaneda Suekichi, the giant killer, an unassuming man with great perseverance and unexpected confidence, with an unquenching thirst for strength. An average human being, born with a weak and frail body, is considered to be incapable of combat, but Kaneda is different. Instead of accepting on how he was born, he forged his weak body and honed his skills and abilities. His tenacity and determination empowered him to be able to be enlisted in the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, a competition which only the strongest are allowed to engage, allowing him to reach the domain of superhumans. All the while, he keeps his eyes closed while being very cautious and vigilant, for his stance allows him to observe his opponent as he defends in a forward stance. Kaneda has the ability to analyze his opponent's speed, power, and maneuvers, but with the risk of suffering certain damage. Yet, once he opens his eyes and finishes analyzing, the opponent will have difficulty landing his blows or evade from his attacks. Even as vulnerable as Kaneda is, his durability can hold out against an assault of heavy blows, and can even respond with a counter while being bombarded with strikes. The reason behind this is that Kaneda can shift the damage and point of impact of his opponent's strikes, allowing him to endure a great deal of punishment and considerable amount of damage, thus letting him continually focus in opposing his opponent's strikes. His fighting style, the Kujin Style or Kujin Ryu, a form of combat that is similar in definition as Kyushin Ryu. Kyushin Ryu is a form of martial art consisting of striking, throwing, and grappling techniques, developed by the samurai warriors in feudal Japan to dispose of armored threats using only bare-handed techniques. Hence, the Kujin style has Kaisha Kenjutsu as its focus or base, as Kenjutsu means methods, techniques, the art of Japanese sword, or the art of warfare. Kaisha Kenjutsu is a hand-to-hand combat art used among heavily armored samurai warriors, as their combat often ended in utilizing grappling skills to finish off their opponent in a very limited amount of time. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Kaneda's Kujin style techniques, the falling bucket. By timing and evading his opponent's strike, the user grabs the opponent's chin or face, turning and propelling the opponent's head brutally with a vicious downward force, smashing the head onto the ground destructively. Lever throw, a technique where the user grabs the opponent's striking arm, turning it into an arm lock. The user then forces the opponent onto the ground while holding on to the arm, as he savagely breaks the opponent's arm by hyperextending the joint, thus dislocating the opponent's elbow with no second thoughts. Crescent scythe, a form of backsweep which is commonly used in other martial arts, oftenly used to disrupt the opponent's balance or bring the opponent down to the ground, making an opening for the user and execute a ground attack, overturning heaven and earth. Once the opponent strikes according to his prediction, the user grabs the opponent's striking limb and uses that attack's momentum to violently throw the opponent to the ground with devastating force. By holding onto the striking arm, the user is able to follow up another grappling move. Stance of yin-yang intersection, a stance intended with the user's research, calculation, and knowledge of the opponent's tactics and maneuvers, where the user is able to use his predictive reading to the fullest degree by using the raised elbow to strike or as a subterfuge, leading the user to manipulate the opponent to strike him as intended. This allows the user to evade the opponent's strikes even more precisely and utilize dirty tactics such as eye pokes, eventually leading the opponent for another grappling move. Foresight, Kaneda's ability of incredible prediction. By using the knowledge according to how he observed his opponent in real time, his foresight ability allows him to precisely predict his opponent's maneuvers at an amazing 7 moves ahead, allowing him to find the flaws of the opponent and exploit them. However, Kaneda can be said to be classified as the weakest combatant in the Kengan Association, but not everyone is willing to risk and endure the opponent's powerful strikes intentionally, up until his analysis of his opponent is complete. This uses concentration and focus of great proportions, along with insurmountable amount of pain, leading him to resort into using painkillers and neural blockade medications. Anyhow, Kaneda, being small in stature, lighter and weaker as a person, became a gigantic feral battle cat in the eyes of his opponent, as he was able to defeat a highly skilled combatant and bring out the full potential of an even more powerful opponent. Kaneda might be vulnerable and may not be a great fighter, but is a master of perception and observance, and can be said to outclass the other combatants with his supreme intelligence, truly making him a superhuman analytical combat tactician.
I am the king. I am the king.
The known reigning supreme king of the purgatory, Lolong Donaire. He became a legendary martial arts instructor of the Philippine military. At the age of 24, Lolong fought the great and young Kuroki Gensai and was said to have their strengths as equal. He became a pioneer of the purgatory since then and had never lost a match. Until now, he fought a new and improved Niko Tokita, the fighter who was gifted a brand new heart and has integrated his Niko style with the dreadful Kure techniques. Lolong's prime fighting style is known as Silat, which is the same fighting style as Misasa. The traditional Silat is a martial art form that focuses on the nature of self-defense and survival, but with lethality that is designed with the intent to kill. Misasa's fighting style looks very similar to Silat Betawi, the same type of Silat that was used in the Rei franchise, a traditional type of Silat that focuses on grappling, blocking, or striking with the elbow, while Lolong's stance and fighting style seems a lot closer to Silat Gayong, a type of Silat which incorporates strikes, grabs, joint manipulation, and weaponry, where it can be said that Lolong is an expert of Silat itself, as he proficiently exhibits various forms of the martial art that tremendously boosts the diversity of his combat arsenal. However, Lolong and Misasa's forms and methods may be different. The essence is one and the same, as it utilizes the elbows, the hardest, strongest, and sharpest part of the human body, an effective and extremely powerful human weapon, and if used by proficient specialists such as Misasa and Lolong, the elbow strike has the ability to slice open, split the skin, or even break and crush bones, as Silat focuses on strength, agility, flexibility, and precision while executing various combat techniques of the system. But since the elbow's effective striking distance is very limited, Lolong specialized in ultra-close combat range, which is too goddamn close. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. The elbow strike delivers a wide range of blows in all directions and defends against incoming attacks and clears barriers, while Lolong's evasive maneuvers are absolute, as he is able to use an ability of anticipating the opponent's attack and movements before the motion even begins. Lolong's passive ability, the pre-initiative, the prediction of inception of intent, which also gives him the upper hand to land his blows, thus defeating the opponent's proficiency of evasion. As for striking, in addition to Lolong's devastating and lightning-fast strikes, Lolong has two striking methods of maximizing the force of his blows. One is by, instead of turning his hips, he rotates his shoulder blades to bring more power to his strikes. This keeps his core steady while improving precision and exploiting minimum attack distance. and another is by utilizing the flexibility and extending of his shoulder blades to maximize his attack's effective range, while maintaining the strike's catastrophic power. His stance was notably similar to the Harimo stance or Tiger stance, which involves crouching and rushing in below the opponent's punches. In Filipino silat, it is common for the user to use his foot to trap the opponent's foot while controlling the opponent's head and arm to then spin the opponent in a circle. The opponent's body rotates in a full 360 degrees, but his knee and foot remains in place, causing severe injury or dislocation. Not only does Lolong's normal attacks boast superior damage output, its speed equals that of Gaolang's signature boxing flicker jab technique, Flash, as his strikes were so powerful to be able to bring down someone as colossal as Towa Mudo, while also specializing in acupressure points as Muteba Gizenga, for there are other types of silat that primarily focuses on nerve attacks. As to why Lolong has the ability to exploit his opponent's weak points, combining these expertise for that moment to execute joint manipulation and dislocation. Lolong's only special technique and finishing maneuver, the invisible elbow, an onslaught of elbow strikes of extreme power and speed, which likely multiplies the elbow's slashing capacity, since the strike is performed by hiding the attacking limb from the opponent, placing it in the opponent's blind spot. This makes it difficult or invisible to the naked eye, as the opponent is overwhelmed with its speed and lethal laceration, a berserker barrage that leaves serious deep contusions to the opponent. Even though Lolong is struck with Ohma's devastating fully unleashed advanced powered strikes and a gut-wrenching ground throw, he was still able to immediately rise and recover and continue the fight without showing much of any exhaustion or prominent damage, making his stamina and durability superhuman level, as he does not possess any damage deflecting techniques and was still able to assault and land blows to his opponent, confirming that Lolong Donaire's power and statistics are undeniably exceptional, for he resorts in his silat skills and abilities only, as he does not possess any special or inhuman techniques or abilities, and still was questionably above the likes of Alan Wu, Lu Shan, and Fei Wangfang, who are powerful divine demon user and Gihun experts, and is able to go toe-to-toe with someone as Niko Tokita, who can now only use the advance in short bursts, who was previously defeated by Kuroki Gensai, whose power is said to be equal to Lolong Donaire, which bears the question whether Ohma or Ryan is now more powerful than Kuroki, or why Lolong was defeated with only a well-timed flashing steel smash, a fast but highly predictable linear attack. Anyhow, as the rules of the purgatory applies to the real world of combat sports, Lolong Donaire, the pioneer of the purgatory matches, a combatant with immense combat skills and experiences, gifted with the ability to meticulously identify or distinguish a combatant's strengths and weaknesses. The King, Lolong Donaire, truly is and will remain as the monster of Manila.
I am the king and will not be.
In the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, there is a combatant who's the heaviest and biggest of them all, known as the Destroyer, from the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, currently weighing around a whopping 335 kilograms at 7 foot 11 inches, the cyborg of the savannah, Kono Haruo, a combatant that is larger than Julius Reinhold or even the Purgatory's Towa Mudo. But unlike Towa and Julius, Haruo, even in his overweight form, can jump and somersault into the air at an incredible height and land perfectly on his feet, as his joints can handle his massive overall mass and can move at an astounding speed that is able to match Akoya Seishu's quick movements. In his tribe in the Himalayas, he was their greatest and strongest warrior. His name was once Haruo, weighing at 348 pounds of pure muscle mass. His durability can tolerate repetitive brutal blows, such as Akoya Seishu's savage, murderous strikes, where Akoya lost control and had the intent to kill, and survived Ranjo's fatal sword stab. His attack strength, which is multiplied by his incredible speed, can hurl his opponent away with violent thrust and great force with ease. Kono Haruo reminds me of a famous actor and a martial artist, the great Sammo Hung, who exhibits speed, power, and flexibility with his lightning-fast kicks, drop kicks, strikes, and somersaults, disregarding his overweight state. As Kono Haruo was the most powerful warrior of his tribe, he was also the most powerful amongst the Gurkhas. The Gurkhas are fearless warriors and are not afraid of death. They are said to be the toughest and most ferocious soldiers in the world, where the sharpest and most vigorous men undergo strict selection process, and only the best individuals are selected. The Gurkhas are known to have fearlessly battled in virtually every military campaign. Their fierceness was proven when two Gurkhas single-handedly defeated their enemies. One was able to kill 200 Japanese soldiers with only a single arm, and another that killed 30 Talibans as he was defending his post. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Kono Haruo's techniques: the bear killer, an overhand punch, but more like an overhand slap. This orthodox punch, which is designed against taller opponents, which relies on the body weight of the user, and with Haruo's colossal weight, the power of this technique is therefore multiplied, dealing a devastating and thunderous damage to the opponent. The overhand punch is a hybrid of the straight and hook punch, whereas the striking arm circles above the opponent. The user drops his body, thus increasing the momentum of the strike, resulting in an instant knockout. Extreme metabolic rate, a unique technique where Haruo goes into a trance that extraordinarily increases his body's metabolism at an alarming rate. This forces his body to greatly escalate its temperature, which burns excessive calories and fat. This technique tremendously augments his overall strength, endurance, and speed. During this state, Haruo was already overpowering his opponent, but given the damage to his knee and the burden of his massive weight, he wasn't able to finish off his opponent. However, Haruo either would have won or died at the hands of Akoya's murderous intent. Anyhow, this gives you the idea how powerful Haruo really is, how fast and strong his strikes could have been, if only he did not let himself go and gave in to the addicting, voracious lifestyle that this asshole gave him. As being the most powerful and bravest Gurkha of his tribe, Haruo could have been one of the strongest fighters of the Kengan Association. A proficient silent slayer, the manhunter, the blind mercenary, the genocider, with an insatiable or excessive sexual appetite, Muteba Gizenga, where his expertise is to target the body's most vital areas. in the most death-dealing but efficient manner while using the slightest body movement possible. His durability withstood even that of the other Niko's attacks, that he didn't even show any signs of injuries. Muteba may not be an accomplished martial art user. He does, however, utilizes his extensive battlefield experiences. As brutal as the conditions of a battlefield were, the carnage was incomprehensible, where soldiers lived through the days of hunger, thirst, danger, terror, and impending death. These experiences enable one to adapt and survive. Mercenaries are known as the soldiers of fortune, usually a private individual with previous military experiences that are no longer part of any official military services. Contractors who take part in armed conflicts, security assignments, or act as military advisors, whose incentive is to act for personal gain with a much higher profit. These private military forces possesses battle backgrounds where they spent a significant period of time in combat in a hostile battlefield. They come from different branches of military services, such as the Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, or Special Forces. Even though he lost his sight during his time in the Ivorian Civil War, this enhanced his other senses, converting them into super sensors, hearing, smell, touch, as well as the possibility of enhanced cognitive functions. This enabled him to adapt and counter any unfamiliar combat moves or martial art efficiently. As the arena is loud and full of unnecessary noise, this proves that his senses are of inhuman proportions, for he can lock and focus on the vibrations and movements of the opponent, as well as their overall status, weapons, and gear. Muteba will use any possible means to incapacitate his opponent, such as eye gouging, ear gouging, throat gouging, and fatal testicular devastation. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Muteba eventually fought and won against Succubus, but lost his sense of hearing as Succubus used the ear gouge against him. Nonetheless, Muteba gained an upgrade by equipping him with the state-of-the-art artificial eye implants inspired by the Predator's visual technology. This enabled him to see the opponent's vibrations and infrared spectrum, while this implant gave him 5 optional modes of visual enhancements. Being the silent killer as he is, he has an extensive knowledge of the Chinese acupuncture arts, where nerves, muscles, and vital points are involved. He is also a proficient user of the Chinese assassination techniques, as he was able to use the art to release himself from Wakatsuki's crushing hold. His known technique, the heart jab, an ancient technique of the Chinese assassination art, where the user forcefully inserts his fingers like a spear hand between the opponent's ribcage, tapping the heart with even the slightest touch to disrupt the heart's normal palpitation. This causes the heart to stop beating and subdue the opponent without leaving any traces or evidence, making it appear a natural death. As dangerous a mercenary Muteba is, he will not kill without reason. He will not sacrifice his life unnecessarily, nor will he fight to the death, and will prioritize his survival above all else. Nonetheless, the skills and abilities that he possesses are inhuman, yet may not be that compatible in a fighting tournament, but he is more accustomed in the battlefield, where he may prove to be more treacherous. For in the world of the blind, Muteba Gizenga is king. An underground fighting student, the genius fighting prodigy, the king of stranglers, Imai Cosmo, His sense for combat is unmatched, even if he is light and small in stature, as he can wrestle his opponent into submission, unconsciousness, or if he wanted to, death. Even large opponents who weighs more heavier than him, for he is fast and agile, and releases swift combos and heavy strikes. He shifts his body weight at one point at a time, as footwork is of prime importance to be able to move around, not only to dodge the blows of the opponent, but to utilize the body to generate the power to strike, or even to hold down the opponent to deplete his stamina. His durability can withstand the opponent's direct and powerful strikes, and can even endure Akoya Seishu's unbearable torture, where both of his arms were ruptured, his flesh torn off and chewed, causing him serious blood loss. His ribs snapped one by one, and still was able to rise and continue the fight. Whenever he is in the brink of defeat, he brushes his hair back and gives off an intense expression. This somehow enhances his reaction speed and fighting ability, thus allowing him to fight vigorously. Cosmo may be overwhelmed by the opponent's powerful, bone-breaking strikes in an upright striking match. Nevertheless, as for his combat ability, he is formidable when it comes to grappling. As blows to the body may hurt, grappling is excruciating. For his fighting style is Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, one of the most deadly martial arts in the world, which is presently used in the military and law enforcement. This martial art grants weaker and smaller individuals the ability to defend themselves against stronger, bigger, and heavier opponents by knocking them off balance. This forces the opponent to be taken down to the ground, where the martial arts techniques are focused on ground combat and submission holds, gaining the dominant position to force the opponent to concede, while Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is greatly used in mixed martial arts, which primarily focuses on techniques of chokeholds and joint locks, but still involves striking and kicking techniques, which are powerful enough as a finishing blow. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Cosmo's known techniques. Armbar, the most commonly used submission hold due to its effectiveness and simplicity, while holding the opponent's arm and using the hips as leverage and legs, preventing the opponent from any movement by reversely bending the user's body. This move is designed to break the opponent's arm by the elbow joint by extending the arm beyond the joint's limits. Sleeper chokehold, a variation of the rear naked choke, but with a much tighter squeeze, by positioning the hand to the shoulder, applying more pressure to the opponent's neck, and by locking both the user's legs to the opponent's body. This makes it more difficult to escape the hold much further. This move is designed to strangle the opponent, stopping both air and blood supply from circulation, thus causing the opponent to sleep or even cause death. Triangle chokehold, where the user wraps both of his legs to the opponent's neck while holding the opponent's arm by the chest. A submission hold that uses the opponent's arm and the user's leg by pressing them together. This strangles the opponent by also cutting off the blood and air circulation to the brain, causing the opponent to pass out or die. Guillotine chokehold, as the name implies. This blood choke is similar to being hung by the neck. This again cuts off the circulation of both air and blood to the brain by also wrapping and locking both of the user's legs around the opponent's body and trapping one of the opponent's arms. This limits the opponent's options to either try to escape, strike, or surrender. If the opponent fails to submit, this move will cause unconsciousness or death. Zone, a unique technique owned by Cosmo. This technique exploits the moment that the opponent is focused on striking. The instant that the opponent is in that moment, Cosmo immediately proceeds to counter the attack with an inevitable submission hold. Foresight, a technique that predicts the opponent's actions by 2 moves ahead. This technique, in combination with Cosmo's prodigious reflexes and zone, can counter any technique by the opponent, which renders him undefeatable. This technique, however, is only effective with familiar moves already exhibited by the opponent. If the opponent uses an unfamiliar technique, this slows down Cosmo's reflexes and leaves Cosmo vulnerable. Even so, this technique is far from being perfected and may be developed further. Cosmo will fight fairly and use his fighting style accordingly, but he can also resort to morbid tactics, as he may bite the opponent's flesh, break the opponent's finger, or even grab the opponent's balls, as he will not hesitate to use any practical way to defeat his opponent, and especially opponents that are most treacherous. Cosmo may be frightened and intimidated by his opponents, yet none may break his will, for he is
the King of Stranglers! Cosmo Imai!
a hot-blooded punk with no self-control, the Howling Wolf, the Howling Fighting Spirit, Yoroizuka Saw Paing, a unique Burmese kamikaze combatant with indestructible skeleton. His bones are so dense that enables him to flex his muscles to full extent. This allows him to execute powerful strikes without the fear of fractures or dislocations, giving him the ability to strike at his full strength and capacity with no repercussions. Even his skull is unbreakable, as he trained his skull to be as strong as steel to protect his brain from any forceful damage, and is noted to be the strongest skull of humanity. Yoroizuka's rigid skeletal system serves as both powerful offense and a formidable defense that repels attacks to such an extent as the question of why his bones are incredibly sturdy is the result of constant repetitive damage and repair of his bones. This is due to intense training and practice of his martial art, the martial art that causes the human body to adapt to a brutal bone-fracturing environment. And his martial art is none other than Lethwei, the art of 9 limbs, usually mistaken as Muay Thai. Lethwei is a martial art that can be considered to be more brutal, for it emphasizes knockouts to claim victory. Lethwei is the bloodiest martial art, as headbutts are allowed, and is one of its primary attacks. As the combatant clinches his opponent, the headbutt is his main weapon, otherwise known as Burmese boxing or Burmese bare knuckle, which originated from Myanmar, is a full-contact blood sport where combatants only wear hand wraps, as it requires them to fight with only their bare hands, while fighters are allowed to strike with their head, fists, elbows, knees, and feet. Fighters must attack and defend against various gut-wrenching kicks and foot thrusts, concussive strikes, raking knuckle shots, and devastating skull-cracking headbutts. Combined with Yoroizuka's skeletal rigidity, this martial art became more deadly, which doubled his durability that can withstand powerful yet fatal blows. Yoroizuka's indestructible skeleton was the inspiration of Gao Lang's ultimate technique, God Blow. His ultimate technique, the Hammer of Burma, where he arches his back as he pulls his head backwards to such an extent to execute a powerful headbutt, a destructive yet devastating counterattack. This technique has the force that is powerful enough to shatter the cemented ground of the arena, which gives you the idea of how much force Yoroizuka can expel and how indestructible his skull is, proving that he is resistant to concussions. Even though Mikazuchi was able to counter the Hammer of Burma that caused Saw Paing great damage, Saw Paing was still able to follow up powerful strikes and was even able to grapple his opponent and continue the fight. In my opinion, Mikazuchi's skull should have cracked first, as he countered this technique with his head. He took on the full brunt of the impact, as Saw Paing's indestructible chin should have damaged his skull, give him that amount of power. It took Saw Paing 2 powerful direct strikes to the jaw with the help of his own force to bring him down. Yoroizuka can be said to be superhuman, as his strikes are solid, destructive, and razor sharp. He can overwhelm his opponent with an assault of strong and heavy combos. His downward elbow strike can even pierce through the opponent's thick muscle and flesh and dislocate the opponent's spine, dealing a fatality to the opponent. His superior resilience can withstand even a powerful blow that can take down a monstrous giant of the sea, even enduring the fatal Raishin Style assassination technique twice, disregarding any exploits in his vital points. However, if only given the chance with his unique abilities, resilience, and brutal fighting style, Saw Paing could have been a valuable addition to the Kangen Association fighters against the Purgatory combatants. The man, born a monster, the wild tiger, known for his ferocity and wild combo rushes, the Kangen competitor with the highest wins amongst other fighters, Wakatsuki Takeshi, the only combatant who was able to defeat the monster, the colossal German of pure brute force, Julius Reinhold. This is because Wakatsuki was born with a unique condition that allows him to exceed the limits of a normal human. It was said to be a rare case of Superman syndrome. Nevertheless, the Superman syndrome instead causes abnormalities, low muscle tone, muscle weakness, and disabilities. Therefore, this type of condition is due to being born so jacked as fuck. Myostatin-related muscle hypertrophy, where a certain human is born with exceedingly dense muscle fibers, 52 times than that of an average human, a condition characterized by an abnormal increase in muscle size, mass, and strength with reduced body fat percentage, a rare genetic mutation that causes rapid, uncontrolled muscle growth. Not even the Kure Clan can come close to his muscles alone, which became Wakatsuki's advantage over his opponents. And unlike Julius Reinhold's steroid-induced muscle hypertrophy, strength, and durability, Wakatsuki is all 100% natural. Although Wakatsuki and Julius might be equal in power and defense, but since Wakatsuki was born strong all his life and has lived 40 years of his life getting stronger and durable every day, this man defeated Julius and has proven that he can annihilate such monstrosity. And in addition, Wakatsuki has an upper hand, for he is armed with one of the most brutal martial art in the world. His fighting style is none other than karate. Karate, the unarmed martial arts discipline, a Japanese art of self-defense which employs strikes, kicks, and defensive blocking to disable or subdue an opponent. Its priority is to focus as much of the body's power at the point and instant of impact. Karate is primarily focused on striking, using the hardest parts of the body, such as knuckles, knees, forearm, and elbows for punching, kicking, knee strikes, elbow strikes, and open hand techniques, such as knife hand, spear hand, palm heel strikes, grappling, throws, joint locks, and restraints. Every part of the body that is available to be used as a weapon is strengthened, hardened, and toughened to their utmost limit. which can be used to smash or pierce through against the enemy's defense and vital points of the body. This martial art is Wakatsuki's arsenal in combination with his rare genetic condition. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. His rigidity can withstand overwhelming blows, even from the mighty Julius Reinhold's cataclysmic strikes and Muteba Gizenga's assassination techniques that are designed to accurately strike the opponent's vital points and kill. Yet, such basic strikes can overwhelm his opponents, such as left hook punch. The left hook is one of the most powerful punches in a fighter's armament, an effective strike due to the weight and momentum behind it. When this strike lands in the right point of impact, the chances of dealing massive damage are very high. Much like the other foundational punches, the left hook generates its power from pushing into the ground from a strong stance. And with Wakatsuki executing this punch, the blow can still penetrate the opponent's defense and can still inflict massive damage. Straight punch. The straight punch has the longest range, yet tends to be the most powerful strike, as it utilizes the muscles in the whole body. And with Wakatsuki's rare condition of fortified strength, this very basic karate punch became even more destructive, as he thrusts his fist into the enemy's defense. Every dense muscle in his body is focused in delivering the most powerful straight punch in history. And if integrated with Wakatsuki's most powerful technique, the power of these strikes are multiplied far beyond their maximum limits. Blast core, where all of the muscles in his body is compressed into a single point, and all of his power is immensely concentrated into the center of his body, his core, an explosion of force with an extremely vigorous outward release of power. And when this power is unleashed, the gut-wrenching detonation of the strike deals tremendous damage to the opponent. This technique can also be used to release himself from inescapable holds, such as Julius Reinhold's bone-crushing bear hug. However, Wakatsuki created this ultimate technique with the sole purpose of defeating Kanoh, and has proven the technique to be immensely powerful. Now that Faye has proclaimed that he is the Tiger's vessel, and has revealed that he is capable of using the Niko style with advanced techniques that Ohma himself is unfamiliar with, Wakatsuki could have prepared himself for this match, since he is familiar with the Niko style techniques, as he was defeated by Ohma, who is a Niko style user himself. With that said, being defeated by the ultimate technique of the Niko style, is it possible that Wakatsuki had somehow created a technique to counter the Niko style itself, or specifically, a technique to overcome the ultimate counterattack, which is the Demonsbane? The man with the mightiest muscles, born of science. The man who surpassed monsters. The acme of German medicine. A mountain of muscles. The man known as the monster himself. Julius Reinhold. A colossal man who believes that brute strength alone exceeds all, and swore to become stronger and overcome Kanoh, Kuroki, and his rival, Wakatsuki, who is the only combatant who has ever defeated him. Thus, the reason why he held a grudge against Wakatsuki. Julius Reinhold is a German origin, whose history is mainly unknown. For him, his muscles are unequal. He got his monstrous muscular physique and incredible power by extreme physical strength training. This is achieved by lifting weights that are far beyond heavier or impossible for a normal person to lift, and those who usually practice this is called a strongman. A strongman is a person who performs remarkable feats of strength. Examples of strongman activities are Atlas stones, axle press, car flip, Conan's wheel, deadlift, deadlift hold, dumbbell press, farmer's walk, frame carry, Hercules hold, Husafel stone, log, clean and press, squat, tire flip, vehicle pull, yoke carry, and Viking press. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. And by undergoing special doping, using insanely large doses of steroids, which can absolutely kill an average human, he attained an indestructible body and godlike strength. This is proof that his body and internal organs are immune to the life-threatening toxicity and side effects of the muscle and performance-enhancing drugs. His strength is immeasurable, that he is able to lift an 800-pound weight with a single arm and even crushed it into a ball with just his bare hands. He can more than crush any bone in the human body using only his powerful grip. Not only does he possess extraordinarily unbelievable strength, his speed is phenomenal as well, as he runs like a first-rate track athlete, and durability that can break boulders when thrown at him without even flinching, even withstanding Wakatsuki's powerful special technique, Blast Core, twice, and was able to counter it with an inescapable bear hug from hell. But wait, there's more. Julius is also very intelligent, as he is knowledgeable in biological science. Combined with his mammoth-like physical strength, maximizes his full potential, which makes him a very dangerous combatant to deal with, as he is capable of making all techniques futile and ineffective against him. His fighting technique, none, for his power comes from pure brute force and sheer, unadulterated toughness and rigidity. Julius doesn't use any martial art, as he believes that the strong needs no techniques, and techniques are useless against overwhelming power and durability, and techniques are only for the weak, for he sacrificed everything for the sake of obtaining unparalleled strength. However, even for a fact that he was defeated because he is an unbeliever of techniques and holding a grudge against Wakatsuki for defeating him. For this reason, with his knowledge of the human biology, specializing on the human muscular system, he developed a technique which concept was adapted from the principles of Wakatsuki's Blast Core. This juggernaut has perfected muscle control in the most monumental degree. The God Tutter Steinbohrer, the God Killer Rock Drills, a technique where every independent fiber of muscles in his arm are flexed into their very limits, and by using rotational force or twisting his arm and releasing that compressed force at the moment of impact, this technique has the power to deflect or smash through any defense or counterattack with absolute raw power, ignoring the opponent's defense and durability. Even someone as powerful of a behemoth as Towamudo was thrown into a distance and was no match against Julius' brute strength and newfound technique, a single strike with unfathomable force. Now, since Julius already possesses a technique, will he be able to defeat Wakatsuki in their next battle or rematch? Does Julius have more techniques which he developed to become more powerful than his rivals? And in the fight between Wakatsuki and Fei, Julius is confident that Wakatsuki will win this match, for he knows Wakatsuki's power and strength which he had experienced firsthand. And if Wakatsuki defeated someone as ginormous and overly powerful as him, then Fei doesn't stand a chance. even if he is the dreaded Tiger's vessel, at least in Julius' perspective. A violent police inspector and captain of the 44th Riot Squad, a merciless vigilante with a twisted sense of justice, who brutally kills dreadful criminals with no remorse. Justice is what motivates him. The executioner, Akoya Seishu, as he pursues greater strength to attain the invincible power of perfect justice. His strikes are solid and explosive, strong enough to break bones. His defense is considered to be the strongest in the Kengan matches. His durability, displayed by his stance, is an iron wall that repels attacks from his opponents, such as Haruo's gigantic build and extremely heavy blows, and full bodyweight rush attack. The King of Strangler strikes doesn't even make him flinch. Ryuki's powerful, air-rending strike only grazed him, and even Nicolas' paralyzing blows are not enough to take him down completely, as his arms, compared to steel, are vital for his offense and defense against the opponent. His grip is powerful enough to tear the flesh of his enemy. Akoya has the tendency to lose himself in the middle of a fight and will use sadistic methods to torture his enemy, such as piercing the intercostal nerve, resulting in an excessive and unbearable amount of pain, breaking the rib in the process. He will resort to biting and ripping off the flesh, causing massive bleeding, going so far as chewing that chunk of human meat, which psychologically instills fear and intimidates the opponent. Aside from his brutal power and impenetrable defense, his speed, reflexes, and reaction time is considered to be inhuman, that he uses to evade and counter strikes with extreme accuracy, even preventing Cosmo's three-point hold from fully connecting. All of this, combined with his fighting technique, Taiho Jitsu, the arresting art, the technique of subduing, a martial art used and developed by Japanese judicial police officers that is specialized to restrain, subdue, or neutralize hostility, usually utilized for violent, armed, and dangerous criminals, with the purpose of capturing hostile lawbreakers alive and uninjured. This martial art consists of specialized implementations of non-lethal techniques such as joint locks, holds, strikes, and kicks that is intended to pacify or disable threats. The methods of Taiho Jitsu are composed of a mix of martial arts such as Kenjutsu, Jiu-Jitsu, Aikido, Karate, and Judo, and with Akoya's relentlessness and cruelty, this martial art became lethal and is without equal. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. His techniques, shield, as his massive left forearm acts as an impenetrable shield to take on the full impact of powerful strikes from the opponent and divert its force away from him. This gives him the opportunity to strike back, as this technique leaves the opponent open for attacks, and by using his left forearm to pin his opponents to the ground, gives him total advantage in a fight, a tactic with no perfect countermeasure. Ripper. Not only does his right arm act as a weapon that delivers devastating bone-breaking blows to the opponent, Akoya can also use his knuckles to cut through the opponent's skin and flesh. By twisting his wrist expeditiously, it accelerates and multiplies his fist's rotation, which is almost similar to Rihito's Razor's Edge. This technique is non-fatal, but wounds and bleeds the opponent, and by hitting and piercing the wound repeatedly, is a sadistic way to harass the opponent. And finally, the stance of suppression, a fighting stance which concept was adapted from the Fang of Mitsudo and was customized to fit Akoya's personality, constitution, and fighting style. A dreadful posture that is more aggressive, specialized and focused for striking than that of Kanoh's, allowing Akoya to rush in by using his speed and superhuman reflexes to assault the enemy with powerful attacks. Akoya might be twisted in his own brand of justice, for he kills criminals he considers who don't deserve second chances, rapists, murderers, drug lords, yakuzas, even petty thieves, dealing corporal punishment to evildoers. But doing so, he eventually fell into the killer's impulse, transforming his justice into plain murder. However, he was almost killed by Ryuki during their battle. If Ryuki hadn't controlled himself at the end of that fight, he called Ryuki as comrade, and he knows that Ryuki will join him in his pursuit of justice. What do you think is Akoya planning to do with Ryuki as his companion, since both of them believe that the people they kill deserve to die, and feels no regret in doing so, just confirms that they do have something in common. The Dragon King, the demonic dragon, Gaoh Ryuki, a mysterious individual who wanted to enter the Kengan matches. He and Ohma were both born and raised in the inside, as he has a striking similarity to Ohma, therefore is thought to be Ohma's clone. Ryuki, even though the speed and strength he possesses is undeniably impressive, is suppressed as Koga is somewhat manipulating him to not kill, contradicting the promise he made to his grandfather. Hence, his true power should not be restrained, for his potential comes from his ferocity and killing instinct, though he kills worm members only, as his grandfather, Gaoh Mukaku, nurtured and trained him to do so. Ryuki has been called as the Omega, the last child, and the connector, the one to lead the worm, as he is also thought to be the tiger's vessel. His durability can withstand powerful killing blows and bone-crushing throws by someone as extremely strong as Naidan. His fighting technique, the Gaoh Style, where Gaoh Mukaku is known to be its last user and master, is the base form of the Niko Style, known as the Prostrated King Style, an older form of classical Jiu Jitsu. Jiu Jitsu, the gentle art, a deadly martial art that employs holds, throws, and paralyzing blows. Jiu Jitsu was used by samurai warriors, a ruthless style with the object of warfare, and was utilized during the 17th century in the battlefield as an accessory for their killer sword combat, a reliable system of fighting which involves techniques that employs the hardest and toughest parts of the body against an enemy's vulnerable points, which can be used in a defensive or offensive strategies to subdue or kill. Jiu-Jitsu is the base form for other martial arts such as Judo, Aikido, Sambo, Armейский, Rukopashny Boy, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and mixed martial arts. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. The Gaoh Style was said to be a fighting style for cowards, where the style's main composition are surprise attacks, although the Gaoh Style's complete functions are still largely unknown. The following are the Gaoh Style's known techniques. Earth Crouching Dragon. This technique often strikes the opponent from a blind spot and waits for the opponent to be in a vulnerable state. The user surprises the opponent during that moment and executes a powerful uppercut strike, air rending, a technique executed from a prone position that is indistinguishable from Earth Crouching Dragon. But instead of an uppercut strike, the user jumps into the air and strikes with a flying roundhouse kick, where the gravity and weight of the user adds more power to the strike, utilizing the strength of the user's leg to deliver a devastating downward blow. Soft strike, a strike that utilizes the user's speed, where the force ignores the opponent's defense. The force of the strike penetrates inside the body, delivering a lethal blow, and should also damage the internal organs as well. Uncoiling Serpent Strike, a technique where the user rotates the upper part of the body to hide the striking limb. Like a snake preparing to strike, the user then feints an approach to the direction opposite to the attacking limb, then strikes at the moment when the opponent is confused of the user's intent, thus exploiting the element of surprise. Twin Dragon Charge, a technique where the user utilizes both arms to strike the opponent, preferably the head. The strike should hit the opponent's temples at the same time, as the force cannot go anywhere. It nullifies the opponent's ability to redirect the impact, as both knuckles hit the target simultaneously. Armor Clad, similar to the Niko Style's Indestructible, a defensive technique that drastically increases the user's defense or durability, that works by tightening all the muscles in the body at once to prepare for the moment of impact. Pierce. This technique utilizes the Armor-Clad's principles, which can also be applied as a weapon when muscles in the finger, such as the thumb, is hardened, piercing through the opponent's vitals. This is closely similar to Kuroki's Devil Lance and Weeping Willow, also a similar technique to the Niko Style with the same name. This technique reorients the trajectory of the opponent's attack by diverting the power or force away from the user. This technique deflects the opponent's attacks while having the opponent lose their balance, leaving the opponent open for attacks. Gaoh Ryuki, unlike Ohma, seems to not have the same experience of battle, but when triggered or provoked, he goes into a berserk mode, overtaking the point of no return, where his power, speed, and reflexes are unleashed and can overwhelm the opponent. Although his attacks and movements are too direct and easy to counter, however, Ryuki is suppressed at the moment and is confused whether or not he must kill. This restrains his true power, as he is born, raised, and trained to murder. Killing is his true nature and is evidently the way he is. What do you think will happen to Ryuki when those chains that hold him back are finally removed? Are there more Gaoh style techniques that are solely designed to kill? Will the Omega be unstoppable? An ex-French Special Forces operative, a sociopath known as the Grim Reaper of Paris, the small but terrible Nicolas Le Banner. Years ago, Nicolas, along with his friend Jean-Luc, were on a mission and was deployed in one of the war zones. But instead of saving the lives of civilians, Nicolas committed the act of mass murder by killing innocent civilians brutally. He is unrivaled when it comes to military, unarmed combat, and unparalleled weapon handling skills. He was so powerful that he even slaughtered everyone from the military unit. No one is safe from his murderous and merciless nature, not even his best friend, John Luke. However, John Luke, even though he admired him, was a psychopath himself and was unexpectedly more powerful than Nicholas. John Luke then killed Nicholas, took his identity, and became the fake Nicholas. The French army is well trained in close quarters combat or close quarters battle, a tactical situation that involves a physical fight between multiple combatants, which is composed of a mix of various martial arts. They establish different techniques and ranges, and is based on close operational intervention technique. Aside from being proficient in military unarmed combat, he made his very own martial art, Sahat, the combination of 3 martial arts: fencing, karate, and savat. Fencing, a sword combat of a highly systematic art and a balance of offensive and defensive strategies. By using a sword combined with the user's speed and precision to accurately strike the opponent to certain points of the body, Nicholas used this martial art to precisely strike the opponent's pressure points, like a sting from a Parisian bee which numbs the opponent's affected body part, immediately rendering that opponent's certain part of the body useless by paralysis. By striking vulnerable points of the body's nervous system, it nullifies that certain body part's normal functions. Karate, the empty-hand martial arts discipline, which employs striking, kicking, and defensive blocking with the body's limbs. By concentrating as much of the body's power at the point and instant of impact, the strike causes devastating damage to the opponent's body and internal organs as well. Karate strengthens and toughens the hardest part of the body by constant but rigorous training. That even a karate master's simple forearm block can cause traumatic injury to the attacker. And finally, savat, which translates to old shoe, a French kickboxing sport which mainly uses kicks to strike the opponent. These kicks are delivered with vicious, bone-breaking intent. Savat incorporates open-hand blows or thrusting or smashing palm strikes, and open-hand slaps which targets the opponent's facial nerves. Savat is considered as a street fighting technique that includes knee and elbow strikes along with locks, sweeps, throws, headbutts, and takedowns. Nicholas' fighting technique can even blind or impair one's breathing, which takes the advantage of Nicholas' extended arm reach that immobilizes the opponent, leaving him open for attacks. Nicholas might be small in stature, but his speed, reflexes, and precision is considered to be inhuman. His durability can withstand Akoya's mightiest blows, even enduring a bite in the neck and ripping his flesh in the process, and taking on the excessive damage by Akoya's devastating headbutt repeatedly. Sahat, the killer cutting hand, the Grim Reaper's weapon, the Nicolas-style French karate, a fighting technique designed with the intention of killing the opponent, a technique which can only be executed by someone as ruthless as Nicholas. In the Kengan series, there are 3 known characters who are proficient in a certain martial art, a system of unarmed combat. Its objective is to throw, pin, or to master the opponent, and to cause the opponent pain by applying pressure to the joints or neck. Hard throws to the ground can lead to serious injuries or even death. This martial art is known as Judo. The techniques of Judo are generally intended to turn an opponent's force and body weight to one's own advantage. The power of the throw is multiplied by adding the user's strength. Judo is a very dangerous martial art in itself, as there are known techniques that can be fatal if executed incorrectly or intentionally. Teiguruma, Tani Otoshi, Uchimata, Kata Guruma. These are moves that can cause severe spinal damage, concussion, or break an opponent's neck if the user drops the opponent's head onto the ground or concrete with excessive force and killing intent. The following Judo moves are forbidden. Ashigurami, where the user locks the opponent's leg, twisting it in a very unnatural position, causing that joint to pop out of place. Dojime, where the user compresses the opponent's ribcage, causing asphyxiation or breaking the ribs. Kani Basami, a scissor takedown that can easily cause massive head trauma or severe concussion. Kawazugake, a type of leg entanglement that can also break the opponent's head by forcing one's body to land backwards and hit the back of the head with massive force. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. A murderous mercenary known as the Crying Man, Meguro Masaki, the son of a known judo master, Meguro the Monster. His talent in judo combined with his brutal and sadistic nature led him to kill his fellow judokas, including his own father, Meguro Hiroki. Meguro's judo skills is formidable, but is such a savage that he will grab his opponent's skin and flesh with his incredible grip, using it like cloth and throwing his opponent onto the ground with immense killing force. But Meguro isn't just a sadist, he is a masochistic madman as well. His brain has a unique ability which secretes vast amounts of opioids that instead of feeling pain, he feels pleasure upon taking damage. More pain, more pleasure. Despite getting his eye gouged, a finger stab in his ear, his elbow dislocated, his fingers broken, his throat pierced, or getting his balls squeezed with crushing force. This sensation heightens his killing intent and lets out his utmost savagery. Meguro doesn't have any sense of hesitation, that he will use any lethal force to kill his opponent, even resorting to biting and ripping the flesh of his opponent, and the only way to stop him is to kill him. According to Hayami, Meguro's fighting skills and abilities are weaker than that of Arashiyama Yurota's, but still is more terrifying as an opponent. Hayami Masaki, the Killing Throw, the younger brother and the clone of Meguro. Though Hayami is a clone and a spitting image of Meguro, he is more human, smarter, and stronger than Meguro, and is more friendly amongst his colleagues. Hayami, however, is not as brutal as his brother Meguro. He doesn't have that killing intent, although he is slower than his brother. His unique ability of adapting from his opponent's strength gives him an advantage during battle. Aside from his extraordinary judo skills, he can resort into using bone-crushing blows, powerful combos, and even repeatedly pounding his opponent with a hammer fist into unconsciousness. Hayami can also withstand damage, even from death-inducing force. He sparred with Meguro regularly, with Meguro's intentions of killing him, but Hayami's resilience prevented him from dying of his brother's killing throws. Such characteristics which he inherited from Meguro himself. Similar to Meguro, Hayami's resilience is absolute, while both of them can withstand massive damage and tolerate pain. They seem to lack the ability to evade or even block an opponent's attack. Their ability to tolerate pain and convert it to pleasure or enjoyment has its limits, and that limit is death. Meguro was dubbed as Boy M by law enforcers, an unknown person who kills his victims with a single judo throw. which piqued Jurota's interest and dubbed him as his nemesis. Jurota Arashiyama, the Gentle King, an exceptionally powerful judoka with 20 years of mastery and experience who perfected the judo throw, the swing, the ability to throw his opponent by only using the friction in his fingers or just by pinching his opponent's clothing, thus removing the gap between grab and throw, which skips the preparatory motions of a throw. He can also use this technique to slam his opponent's head onto the ground with skull-crushing force, causing severe concussion, which can lead to death. Jurota's throwing skills are on such a level that surpass even Ohma and Kanoh's throwing skills. With this unique method of throwing, which he developed, the speed in which he throws his opponent cannot be seen by untrained eyes. His power and strength is said to be equal with both Kuroki and Lolong. Nevertheless, Jurota, even though he doesn't strike, he will not hesitate to dislocate the joints of his opponent. His loyalty to Judo, his non-killing intent, and no-strike policy, along with the rules of battle, led him to his defeat against Hayami. If it was a normal Judo match, he will definitely win, but the rules of Purgatory kept him from using his full potential. All of them have their own remarkable abilities, skills, strength, durability, and power. But be that as it may, Meguro, Hayami, and Jurota, the three of them, are all but powerful judoka masters. The unbeatable Japanese heavyweight ultimate champion and the living legend of the mixed martial arts world, the king of combat, Ohkubo Naoya, armed with his proficiency in boxing, wrestling, and grappling as his specialty, equipped with incredible strength, endurance, and durability, where such powerful combatants such as Ryan Kure, Niko Tokita, and even Kuroki Gensai recognized his power, strength, and fighting capabilities. So far, Ohkubo doesn't have any special techniques and relies only on his brute strength, unparalleled striking power, unescapable submission holds, unorthodox stance, and mixed martial arts techniques. During his fight against Kanoh in the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, he was able to overwhelm his opponent by mixing his moves, or by using mismatching, striking, throwing, and grappling. He can fake an attack and switch to grappling, and fake grappling, but use an attack instead, confusing the enemy's defense that even Kanoh is unable to defend or counter his attacks. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Mixed martial arts is one of the most popular combat sports in the world, a hybrid combat sport which incorporates various fighting styles and techniques. In its infancy, it was described as a brutal no-holds-barred blood sport that was derived from pankration, the ancient Greek sports that combined both wrestling and boxing, where combats were indeed savage, even while the fighter is downed on the ground, hitting, kicking, elbow strikes, throat strikes, twisting of limbs, headbutts, hair pulls, groin strikes, and strangling. Such brutalities were allowed that combatants died during matches. Ohkubo was able to overpower Kanoh with his combination and mismatching of strikes, grapples, and throws, but he made the mistake of stopping his attacks while his opponent was down, for he is no match against Kanoh's formless stance. But maybe, if Ohkubo rushed in and gave Kanoh a submission hold or chokehold, he might have defeated Kanoh. Anyhow, Ohkubo Naoya is about to fight against the most mysterious fighter of the Purgatory, Terashi. the Silent Nightmare. Little is known about this ex-Bishamon fighter. However, the way he walked into the ring kinda resembled someone's stance. Is it the formless dance? Is it Gaoh Ryuki's Gaoh Style? Or is it Yuzaki Mumon's Kunlun Style Snake Fist or 7-Star Snake Style? Terashi's height is higher than Ohkubo's, while Ohkubo has more dominance with his weight. Though Terashi has a reach advantage, Ohkubo's attacks will be stronger and heavier. Will this be enough for Ohkubo to win this match, since Ohkubo was able to overcome someone as strong and powerful as Kanoh Agito, whose height and weight exceeds that of Ohkubo's, unless Terashi has extraordinary speed and uncanny techniques. We are about to find out who's stronger between them. However, Ohkubo's first strike should break Terashi's mask, thus finally revealing his true identity. The man who was supposed to be the Fang, known as the Floating Cloud, and the master of the Hatsumi style Aikido, Hatsumi Sen, though he was known to be the very model of an irresponsible jackass. He is calm but powerful, competitive Aikidoka. He fights with unpredictable but minimal movements with incredible speed, making it difficult or even impossible to read his actions in battle. That even an injured Ohma in his possessing spirit form wasn't able to land a hit on him. He also has the ability to predict and lure his opponents to his advantage. His fighting skills are on a different level, that he was chosen to be the 5th Fang of Metsudo. But as disappointing as it is, he left after a week of training, for he found it uninteresting. His fight against Chiba, the Faceless Man, only took him 26 seconds to end that fight, as Chiba made the mistake of using Aikido against him. According to Sekabayashi Jun, Hatsumi, during their fight, pretended that he was in a disadvantage, and was defeated because he fell for his trap, proving that Hatsumi's unpredictability rises when he is on a roll. Hatsumi doesn't stick to Aikido alone. He can also use the spear hand for tactics such as eye pokes. He can easily break his opponent's bones, and can also redirect his opponent's force, such as Dando Yohei's deadly whiplash attack, which is powerful enough to smash a man's head like a pumpkin, or slice a human body into two. Hatsumi's evasive ability is extraordinary, that it would seem that his opponent's attacks are phasing through his body and creating an accurate image in the process. He shifts his body when using this unique type of evasion, as it uses minimal effort and minimal use of stamina, giving the illusion of being hit by moving in the opponent's attack's limit line. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Aikido, the Japanese martial art of extensive arrangement of throwing, joint locking, striking, and pinning techniques. A self-defense system that resembles the fighting methods of Jiu Jitsu and Judo, with its use of twisting and throwing techniques, and its aim of turning an opponent's power and force against himself, neutralizing the attack's effectiveness and redirecting the momentum away from the user, and return that force back to the attacker. Pressure on vital nerve centers is also used. Aikido's purpose is to subdue rather than to incapacitate or kill, but the design of its movements and attacks are nevertheless deadly. His powers and abilities: the 100 meetings throw, a technique where he sweeps his opponent with immense force which causes them to be thrown into the air. This move uses the force of gravity and the opponent's own body weight against them. The user uses the opponent's arm and forces them to the ground vertically, which adds more power and multiplies the technique's destructive impact, smashing the opponent's head onto the ground with immense, brutal force. This technique aims to break the skull and the vertebrae of the opponent, killing a normal combatant. Gathering Clouds, Triple Strike, an effective but non-fatal technique. This move is executed by using the middle knuckle of the index finger. The user uses accurate but rapid strikes, hitting the 3 vital areas of the front part of the skull aggressively, leaving fractures to the targets and causes the opponent's eyes, nose, and mouth to bleed, thus knocking the opponent unconscious. And finally, the pinnacle of Hatsumi's techniques, Star Drop, the ultimate technique of Hatsumi style Aikido, where the user places his palm on the opponent's chin, forcing it upwards, then by using the other arm to grab the waist of the opponent as leverage, the force bends the opponent's body into a counterclockwise direction, smashing the opponent's back of the head to hit the ground with incredible and devastating force. The impact should cause severe concussion or even death. However, even though Hatsumi Sen could have been the 5th Fang, his fight against Kanoh involved using these powerful techniques. He used the Gathering Clouds Triple Strike against Kanoh, but ended up breaking his finger as Kanoh countered this attack with the Jiu Jitsu finger hold technique. He eventually had the opportunity to use the ultimate technique, Star Drop, but was again countered by Kanoh's lethal 1-inch punch, leaving Hatsumi unable to finish the technique. Although Hatsumi's durability is not to be taken for granted, as he can be considered to be stronger than the 4th Fang. He was such a master that he was able to subconsciously divert the tremendous impact of Kanoh's 1-inch punch twice in a row, enabling him to withstand its power, even enduring the impact from Kanoh's kick that cracked his ribs. But in truth, even in his peak physical condition, Hatsumi is outclassed by Kanoh. He knows how big the gap is between him and his opponent, and is only alive because Kanoh held back his true strength on him. After the tournament, he was supposed to be included in the roster to fight in the Purgatory tournament, but Hatsumi's whereabouts are unknown, and it was found out that he is residing in China for reasons unknown. He might be training for another technique to enhance his fighting skills and improve his laziness or eliminate the conditioning dependence that limits his power, which causes his vulnerability. As we are looking forward to witness his comeback and see how he has conquered his weaknesses, he must be stronger and have added a few more techniques to his arsenal to match or even surpass Kanoh's fighting level. Known as the Hawk of Ordos, Naidan Monkhbat is an A-list purgatory fighter who had trust issues with Nicolas for reasons unknown. He infiltrated the Worm years prior until he became a direct subordinate who only reports to the head of the Worm. He developed his tremendous power and strength through intense physical training, and this warrior's fighting style is Mongolian wrestling. In the rules of Bok, there is no limit in space, time, or even one's weight class. Victory is achieved if one wrestles his opponent and forces him to the ground, or make his opponent touch the ground with any body part, as only the foot is permitted to touch the ground. One is not allowed to use strikes or grab one's leg with the hands, but in other styles of Mongolian wrestling, kicking or grabbing the opponent's legs are permitted. Its weakness, however, is its lack of ground-based form of strangling, striking, or locking, bok, which means strength, solidarity, and durability, is the Mongolian warrior's grappling martial art. Genghis Khan used bok to keep his warriors battle-ready and in great physical shape. Thousands of years ago, these warriors practiced bok regularly and was much focused on its essence as a military sport, predominantly used for building strength, stamina, and skills training. Years ago, Naidan lost to Lu when he infiltrated the worm. He lost that fight for the reason that he is not accustomed with the purgatory fighting rules, meaning that he was holding back his enormous strength, as after he held 4 horses with only his arms, he easily murdered his master by throwing him to the ground with great force. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Although, in the 5th round, Ryuki did unleash incredible speed and power, thus heavily damaging Naidan in the fight, he undeniably allowed himself to be defeated only because his mission was to force Ryuki to kill and release the Omega's true potential and become the connector. This was based on the story of Kure Bok and Belgute. Kure Bok was the undefeated champion and was also a famous national wrestler. Time came when Genghis Khan made them wrestle. During their match, Belgute was able to put Bok to the ground. Despite being stronger than Belgute, Belgute was able to pin Bok by sitting on his back. As Belgute gazed at Genghis Khan, Belgute then broke Bok's spine and Bok died. Nonetheless, Bok allowed himself to be defeated and killed only because Genghis Khan commanded his death, which is similar to how Naidan sacrificed himself and allowed Ryuki to kill him purposely to fulfill his task. For his abilities, the Eye of the Sky, a technique which allows him to see the enemy's movements through a bird's eye view. But, as Lolong mentioned, that this technique is only similar to foresight, which is only predicting the enemy's moves and attacks, and someone who is fast enough and strikes with unpredictable movements can break this technique. Kuch, a technique that disperses the opponent's power, rendering them unable to attack. This can also maneuver and subjugate the enemy's force, much like a hard version of the Niko style's redirection kata. It's a shame that we didn't witness Naidan's true strength and abilities, as he wasn't able to even properly perform his true Mongolian wrestling or grappling techniques, as having him die in such a way did not give him any justice. However, his overall power is comparable to Julius Reinhold, Wakatsuki Takeshi, and Ryan Kure, and by being compared to these powerhouses, somewhat proves what Naidan Monkhbat is capable of, and how powerful and deadly he really is. Kuroki Gensai, a master of the Kaiwan style, an assassination style martial art that focuses on the exploitation of acupressure points, kata, and the system of coordinated body posture and movement, breathing, and meditation. In the human body, the fingers and toes are usually taken for granted, as they are only used for grabbing, holding, and making a fist. But in Kaiwan style, its main concentration is all about hand conditioning, to transform the fingers and toes into deadly, stabbing, or piercing weapons, and its signature attack is none other than the Devil Lance. So what is the Devil Lance? The Devil Lance is a perfect assassination piercing type technique where one can kill a person just by utilizing his fingers. A death point striking form reputed to kill using lethal force to target specific areas of the body, where the user forms his fingers closely to mimic a spear and strikes with a forward thrusting motion. This technique allows the user to stab the opponent with great ease, causing severe laceration of the skin and mutilation of the enemy's flesh, followed by blood loss. A very intense form of hand conditioning is needed in order to perform this technique, where the practitioner strikes water, sand, stones, and gravel repeatedly in order for the bones to be more denser and stronger, rendering the bones and joints virtually indestructible. And by utilizing the clawing jar technique, or lifting jars filled with water and sand, which intensifies the gripping and pinching power that also reinforces the joints of the fingers and hardens the wrist. If the fingers are not strong enough, the strike will likely peel the fingernails, break the fingers, or dislocate the joints and lose the normal functions of the hands. This hand strengthening technique is used for the existing Tiger Claw hand martial art, and in Kaiwan style, the practitioner continues his intense hand conditioning even if the hands are broken or injured. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. The Devil Lance is very identical to Nukite or Spear Hand. There are 3 types of Nukite, and these are Ippon Nukite, or 1-finger strike, Nihon Nukite, or 2-finger strike, and Yonhon Nukite, or 4-finger strike. The spear hand targets the weak points of the body, such as to pierce the eyes and throat, or to grab the opponent from under the rib, jaw, or collarbone, as the spear hand or Nukite is most effective for poking, probing, and controlling. Nonetheless, the Devil Lance, aside from using the 4 extended fingers, the thumb, and even the toes can also be utilized, which makes one think of how uncanny the training would be in order to achieve such level. In high-level users of this technique, one can pierce stones and even high-yield carbon steel. A master such as Kuroki Gensai, whose hands are tougher than steel, can execute this technique from a very short range and will pierce the flesh without much of an effort, as he has well perfected this technique. The Devil Lance's lethality is only limited upon the user and can be utterly fatal if one will aim for either the neck, head, or even the heart. Anyhow, this Kaiwan style technique may seem to be unattainable, for the only way to break or pierce carbon steel is if your force is greater than its structural integrity. The molecular bonds of steel and structural forces are only broken if your hands and fingers have more structural integrity than the steel, and the ability to perform this technique is far beyond the capabilities of the great majority of martial artists. However, with enough training, effort, and dedication to hand conditioning, one can pursue and even achieve something such as this. The Niko style, or the Two Tigers style, a fighting style based on the original martial art Gaoh style. It incorporates the use of 4 katas: water kata, flame kata, redirection kata, and adamantine kata. When the user had mastered all 4 katas, these katas can be fused accordingly to unleash a very powerful strike, which is the Demonsbane. There are 5 known characters who can use the Demonsbane: Gaoh Mukaku, the Other Niko, Ohma's Niko, Niko Tokita, and presumably the unknown Tiger's vessel. It is unsure whether Kanoh Agito, Kiryu Setsuna, and Gaoh Ryuki knows anything about this technique. The Demonsbane is the secret ultimate technique of the Niko style, which renders any attack futile. But before the user can achieve this technique, one must first reach beyond their physical limits and fight in the brink of death. The reason is when the human body has expended everything, it goes into autophagy, where the body goes into survival mode and preserve vital functions, which causes the body to be more focused. Movement becomes more light, fluid, and stable. And when one has completed all of these requirements, then the passing of the technique will be completed successfully. So what is the Demonsbane? The Demonsbane is essentially a formless counterattack where the user absorbs the opponent's striking power and reverts it back to the attacker. And by adding the user's power to the counterattack, this ultimate technique generates an incredible amount of attack power, resulting to an overwhelming, deadly strike. In order for this technique to work, one must time the blow accordingly. If the timing goes wrong, the damage to the user will be more significant than that of the opponent, and the force of the attack will be inadequate. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. The 4 katas should be activated in time succession, and the first kata to be performed in this technique is the redirection kata, the flow control form. This kata allows one to exploit the flow of power using minimal movements and change the direction of the force away from the user. When the user has control over the opponent's force, it goes to the next kata, the water kata, the heavenly water form, a kata centered on grappling and the fluidity of one's motion, to flow like water, to go limp on the moment of impact and absorb the force of that impact. When the user has properly absorbed that force, then it goes to the next kata, the flame kata, the heavenly fire form, focused on maneuverability of one's motion and arrangement of the body's position to target the opponent effectively. It also causes the user to be extraordinarily fast and agile. And when the user has positioned himself and marked his target, then he goes on to the next kata, the adamantine kata, the adamant form, responsible for both tightening and hardening of the muscles by flexing for the purpose of offense and defense. And as the final kata for the Demonsbane, this kata reroutes the power back to the source, and by adding the user's power into the attack, it creates an immense amount of force which initiates a very destructive and powerful strike upon impact. However, if the Demonsbane is not executed properly, the attack of the opponent will not be nullified, and the user's body will take on the full force of the strike's impact, thus heavily damaging the user instead and decreases the technique's intended capability, making the Demonsbane a double-edged sword, where one will die trying to master it, and one will die trying to execute the technique. Anyhow, this ultimate Niko style technique can oppose any form of strike and promises to overwhelm the enemy, given that the technique will be executed flawlessly. The Demonsbane is a complicated ultimate reversal technique that will dominate any fighting style, no matter how powerful that martial art may be. Misasa, the 8th Fang of Mitsudo, a former second-in-command of the Extermination Force and a former captain of the 5th Squad of the Bodyguards, weighing at 68 kilograms and a height of 173 centimeters. Being a small-framed individual he is, one should not underestimate Misasa, for he is equipped with one of the deadliest martial art that originates back to the 8th century. A martial art that was originally designed for war combat, a full-body fighting form of incorporating strikes, footwork, hand motions, joint manipulation, and pressure point attacks. For every part of the body is used to strike. This martial art is called Silat, a fighting technique which is all about but one thing, and that is violence. Influenced by both Chinese and Indian martial art, it is more commonly known as Pencak Silat and known to originate from Indonesia. This fighting style lets one exploit the opponent's weakness to debilitate or incapacitate instantly, and by using the elbows, the sharpest and hardest bone in the human body, this martial art grants the user the ability to lacerate the skin, break bones, and dislocate joints. And this is Misasa's weapon of choice. During the 4th round, as the rules are different, they were forced to fight in a limited space, rendering his opponent's fighting style of imaginary weapons less effective, while Misasa's fighting style excels in close combat. Even with Misasa's small build and light frame, he is able to exert major damage, even breaking a rock with only his knuckles at close range and with no effort. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. As the rules of the fight went in favor of Misasa, Yumigahama had no choice but to shift his fighting styles. Silat's offense can also be used as defense, where elbows are used to hit and damage the attacking limb and cancel the power of the attack, thus completely blocking or parrying the strike. His small build did not hinder him, as he has honed his fighting style in bringing down large enemies, making it easier for him to land powerful blows to his opponent. His stance allowed him to attack or defend whilst standing or crouching. It is therefore difficult for his opponent to hit or deal any significant damage to him. Misasa used his elbow to defend himself from incoming attacks from his opponent and countered them by using his elbows as well, such as his spinning elbow strike, an elbow strike, where one drives his elbow in a horizontal and circular motion, either in a counter or a clockwise direction. This elbow strike enables the user to get closer to his opponent, allowing Misasa to strike his opponent at point-blank range and overwhelming him with a barrage of accurate strikes while exploiting every exposed opening. Misasa attacked his opponent's weak points and vitals and dislocating his enemy's jaw by using the joint between his thumbs, concluding the fight with a 12-6 elbow strike or downward elbow strike to the nape, hitting it with considerable force, rapidly striking the target with the tip of the elbow, followed by an elbow uppercut to the chin. This elbow strike cuts through the enemy's guard that moves with a thrusting upward gripping motion, and ending it with a full force downward punch with enough force to cause his opponent's face to cave in, a brutal finisher, leaving his opponent with a life-threatening condition. With that final strike, even Lolong admitted that he would struggle to win against Misasa, for his power is a legitimate threat. Misasa did not have any fancy ultimate strikes, as Silat's attacks and defenses are simplistic. Its movements are soft and fluid, yet its strikes are dealt with pinpoint accuracy, making this fighting style one of the most effective and deadliest form of martial art that ever existed. The Fang of Mitsudo, the epithet of the strongest of all fighters under Katahara Mitsudo, and the strongest of them all is Kanoh Agito, the 5th Fang, for he is the successor of Kure Ryu. He is the emperor of the Kengan matches. For him, the distance of his opponent doesn't matter, for all of Agito's strikes have the power of a knockout blow, even at point-blank range. His kick is so sharp that the impact is similar to being hit with a cleaver. A fighter with two fighting styles, the first style being the aggressive one, which uses pre-initiative or the ability to scrutinize the opponent's strikes before the opponent even begins to move, and techniques that merge together from countless martial arts schools, and the formula style, the formidable stance of Agito, which consists of unconventional and unpredictable movements with the versatility and adaptability to counter any strategy or fighting style. 8 years ago, Wakatsuki Takeshi had a match with him and described Agito as a powerful and violent disaster. Previous to the Kengan matches, Kanoh battled Nitoku, which gave him a difficult match and brought him at the brink of defeat. Consequently, he fought under the Dainippon band. During the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, he defeated Ohkubo Naoya, Gaoh Ryuki, Hatsumi Sen, and finally lost to Kuroki Gensai, his first ever defeat. After the tournament, he retired from being the Fang of Mitsudo and lived in the United States for 2 years. He then made a comeback as a fighter for the Kengan Association to take down Yumigahama Hikaru, the sixth Fang of Mitsudo, who betrayed Katahara Mitsudo and defected to Purgatory. Nonetheless, it was Misasa, the eighth Fang of Mitsudo, who battled and defeated the traitor. Kanoh Agito, the man with two faces, changed for the better as he is now more human, unlike before. The beast was gone. This beast persona is a result of the grueling 3-month survival inside a room filled with combatants, much like what transpired with the Tokita Nikos in Gakigahara Forest. Hunger, thirst, pain, and suffering while battling for life and death, which is the human Gu ritual. He created a mental or psychological defense mechanism due to post-traumatic stress, a barrier to separate his outer ego from his human side. This beast is triggered whenever he uses the formless style. He eliminated the beast inside of it by merging both of his personalities. Thus, the fusion of martial arts and the formless style emerged, resulting in the removal of the gap of transformation whenever he switches his fighting style, though he hasn't completely blocked his second persona, as he still uses the word we. During his purgatory match against one of the three demon fists, the Centipede, Lu Xian, a second-generation human Gu ritual survivor, a formless style user as well, that can activate Gi Hun. His formless stance is more powerful, as his master concentrated all of his efforts in developing the style to excellence, and trained the second generation with the formless style alone. Alan Wu assumed that he is the tiger's vessel that the worm has been referring to. Eventually, it was then revealed that they had the same master, the same person who activated Ohma's possessing spirit. This confirms that Kanoh Agito is also a Niko style user, where he used the indestructible technique as proof and was supposed to be a product of the worm if Katahara Mitsudo hadn't found him. Surprisingly, the founder of the formless style is none other than the other Tokita Niko, as he abandoned the Niko style completely due to its flaws. The formless style is a martial art that he created with unknown origins and honed it to its perfection. He then connived with Edward Wu to learn the basics of Gi Hun and pass it on to Lu Xian as an experimental subject, a prodigy who can withstand the power of Gi Hun. Lu Xian is able to release a remarkable 96% of his latent power, which comes close to Ryan's 100%, making him a terrifying and formidable enemy. However, Lu Shan succumbed to its power and went berserk, thus losing his humanity as he lost control over the technique. And without any special attacks, even with the overwhelming power of Gi-hun, Agito defeated Lu Shan, as he has the ability to evolve with every fight, thus increasing his level of combat. Agito finished his opponent off by utilizing his ultimate technique, the most powerful of his attacks, an unblockable strike which is executed at point-blank range, the Dragon Shot. Kanoh Agito walked away from the stage without any visible damage, leaving his opponent unconscious with a mangled jaw. This proves that the combination of the Formless Style and Gi-hun is a failure, as Ohma Tokita had successfully merged the Niko Style with the Possessing Spirit by being able to control its power output. However, will the Gaoh Style be the perfect match with the Possessing Spirit? Kanoh Agito is now more powerful than ever and has proven Kuroki Gensai wrong about his past weaknesses. Lu Shan showed Agito an armband with the word rune and the number 187. If we stick to this number alone, this means that there were 187 human blue rituals that took place, and the worm has an expendable army of 185 Formless Style users at their disposal. Now, what if there were more? The Kure Clan, a powerful league of assassins who are infamous throughout the criminal underworld, where they are known as the Taboo Descendants. A great number of the Kure resides in the Kure village, located within a region around a particular city, hundreds of kilometers away from Tokyo. For 13 centuries, ever since the Asuka period, the Kure Clan had undergone an artificial selection process, adoption of special techniques, and outside combat arts. As a result, with each generation, the Kure had evolved into a race who specializes in battle. According to the clan's previous patriarch, there is nothing that the Kure cannot combat by using artificial selection process. The Kure had also procured peak physical performance, including strength, speed, and durability. As such, the Kure possesses an extremely high pain and damage resilience, for they have over 20 different kinds of endorphins in their blood. Endorphins are natural chemicals in the body that help the body endure pain, much like morphine, and are released when the body is hurt during high-intensity exercise, laughter, or sexual intercourse. Combined with their uncanny physical resilience, this inborn ability allows them to easily endure critical damage, such as deep cuts and lacerations, whether it be from being smashed to the ground or from bladed weapon attacks. While some specific techniques that the Kure have access to are currently unknown, the clan's techniques are designed to give life or death. An example of the life-giving technique is the Kure's secret healing therapy, which uses needles that are inserted into specific points of the body, similar to the Chinese acupuncture that aided Ohma to recover quickly after fighting Ranjo during Hayami Katsumasa's insurgency. The removal, the most notable result of their artificial selection process, the ability to remove the brain's limits on their muscular strength output, as well as the physical constitution needed to handle unrestrained exertion of muscle strength at will. The release rate of one's latent muscular strength output depends on the individual's abilities. This involves removing the mental limiter which keeps ordinary humans from using more than 30% of their body's physical capacity to prevent bodily damage. Utilization of this technique alters the color of their skin. The blood vessels bulge on the surface of their skin as they break the limits of their body to access demonic strength, speed, endurance, and abominable power. Notable Kure Clan members: Kure Ryu, also known as the Mighty Demon, the late patriarch of the Kure Clan, the former combatant of the former Kengan Association chairman, Katahara Mitsudo. Ryu was the first combatant who bore the title of the Fang of Mitsudo, as the late patriarch of the renowned Kure Clan and the former Fang of Mitsudo. Ryu had once boasted incredible offensive combat power. How much has changed due to his old age was shown during his fight against Edward Wu. It is known that Ryu was able to release 100% of his latent power during his prime. Whether he was able to maintain that same capacity as he grew older, and by the time that he fought in the Kengan Annihilation Tournament finals, due to his previous injuries, he was only able to maintain it for 30 seconds. However, in his old age, at the time he got mad at Ohma, he accidentally activated the removal. The pressure he released was strong enough to physically disrupt the environment and break the ground, suggesting that his removal is undeniably powerful even at his waning age. Kure Ryan, also known as the Devil, an assassin from the infamous Kure Clan. He represented Undermount Incorporated as their affiliated combatant during the Kengan Annihilation Tournament. He was one of the 3 assassins in the tournament and was noted to have gone missing after his defeat. Ryan is an extremely powerful combatant and martial artist who mastered a wide range of Japanese martial arts that have been incorporated into the Kure Clan. To that end, he is well aware of the practices, techniques, and capabilities of a vast number of Japanese martial arts styles, as well as how to counter and exploit them. He is more than inclined to fight dirty, utilizing tactics such as splashing blood into the opponent's eyes to limit their vision. Ryan previously believed that there is no one he cannot dominate with pure physical strength, and therefore uses brute strength alone during battles instead of proper Kure techniques. To that end, he didn't use any Kure techniques since he learned them, making him rusty upon his execution of them. Kanoh Agito initially said that Ryan is one of the 2 combatants who outclasses Wakatsuki Takeshi, and the other being Julius Reinhold. Ryan is able to access 100% of his latent power with no known drawbacks, which is more than any member of the Kure Clan in generations. However, he cannot maintain this state for very long, as it consumes relatively heavy amounts of stamina. Kure Carla, also known as the Succubus, the granddaughter of Kure Ryu, and a member of the main branch of the Kure Clan. Carla is a deceptively powerful combatant, being considered a deviant even at the standards of the Kure Clan that she hails from. Carla has also been noted to be very agile and light on her feet, capable of easily evading Reihito's razor's edge, and even some of Ohma's attacks. If there were ever a women's division in the Kengan matches, Carla would undeniably reign supreme. Carla is capable of releasing 85% of her latent power, the second highest rate known among the living members of the Kure Clan. Carla's true power is yet unknown, for she hasn't used her abilities in real combat. Kure Hollis, also known as the Wailing Demon, a prominent member of the notorious Kure Clan. Hollis is presumably one of the more powerful members of the Kure Clan, to the extent that Katahara Mitsudo expected that he and not Ryan would represent their clan in the tournament. While he lacks the raw power that Ryan possesses, it is implied that he is more disciplined and doesn't resort merely to brute force. His removal is capable of unlocking 80% of his latent power. Kure Haruo, also known as the Ox Demon, a prominent member of the Kure Clan. He is also Hollis's uncle, as well as being an assassin. Haruo has a removal release rate of 65%. Kure Fusui, also known as the Wicked Shooter, an assassin and the younger sister of Ryan. In the past 2 years since the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, Fusui became the liaison between the Kure Clan and the Kengan Association. A skilled sniper, shooter, and tracker, she was assigned to keep an eye on Yamashita Kenzo by arming herself with a 50 caliber rifle. Fusui is known to have a removal release rate of 28%, as she is able to use removal in localized areas of her body, such as her eye, for her to enhance her sniping skills. Kure Reichi has a release rate of 50% and is known to be the most narcissistic among the members of the Kure Clan. Prior to Ryan's defeat at the hands of Ohma, the Kure Clan had only suffered 3 defeats in the history of the Kengan matches. The Kure Clan has been in the killing business for centuries, as they had perfected it and can kill a man in many ways possible. So, if the Patriarch wanted someone dead, that someone is already dead. The Kure Clan has a rivalry with the Mikazuchi Clan in the assassination business for generations. The Mikazuchi Clan has used the Raishin Style to stand against the Kure Clan ever since. Aside from their darkened eyes, it is said that demons dwell within the Kure, which the late Patriarch revealed when he accidentally broke his restraints. The Succubus, the heavenly demon, Kure Carla, a college student and a deadly assassin, the great-granddaughter of the late Kure Clan's patriarch, the mighty demon, Kure Erio, daughter of Kure Hanjiro and Kure Yakusha. Carla is the only female empty-hand combatant in the series, having a perfectly proportioned body which no man, even in real life, can resist. Yet her strength, power, and removal release rate is an astounding 85%, which is second to Ryan, which might have increased further after 2 years. It is known that the Kure achieved superior condition performance in terms of strength, speed, and endurance, and most likely trained at a very early age, for they have multiple types of endorphins in their system, in combination with their superior physical resilience, as female combatants do exhibit legitimate skills, power, and fighting capabilities. Female fighters who are able to compete in such brutal exchange of blows have fought in some martial arts capacity at a very young age, where the muscle memory and combat instinct that develops throughout those formative stages are absolutely irreplaceable. In legend, a succubus is a female demon or a supernatural being who appears in dreams to entice men, typically via sexual activities. Repeated sexual interaction with succubus, according to religious traditions, can result in bad physical or mental health, or even death, which is why Carla's perspective, obsession, or shall I say, love for Ohma is insatiable, unequaled, yet extremely faithful, but being so deadly an assassin at the same time. At 45 kilograms and can be considered as a straw weight class, Carla's strength and agility was able to surprise Ohma and match his strikes, where she was able to put Ohma in an inescapable yet provocative hold. It is still unknown whether Ohma would consider marrying Carla, for she sees Ohma as the only person who rightfully deserves to bear her children. For their offspring would definitely inherit both of their immeasurable power, speed, strength, and resilience that the great Kure would undeniably be proud of. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. As the series went on, she grew more mature and much more serious than before. She is beginning to be a suitable bride for the man she loves. As to why she was said to be the future patriarch of the Kure Clan, the reason behind this might be because even though Carla is not as strong as her great-grandfather, she seems to have Ario's patience and wisdom, and can properly decide for the clan, where Ryan is the strongest in the clan, who similarly has Ario's combat skills, strength, pride, and temper, traits that are beneficial to the clan, but not as a leader. While it is yet to be confirmed whether Hollis will replace Ario, it is unknown whether Carla is able to utilize the Kure Clan's family tradition or clan traditional techniques, as she also hasn't been able to be given the chance to release her removal or use her combat skills against serious opponents. Anyhow, being the only female combatant who has the power to possibly even be able to defeat some of the male Kengan Association warriors, a genuine monster that places her on top of all other females overall. Carla should not be underestimated, for she is considered to be a deviant. She is exceptionally a powerful female who departs even by the standards of the Kure Clan, especially in social or sexual behavior, as it was implied that she is able to kill a number of her fellow clan members in just 10 seconds, while she still haven't reached her maximum potential yet. Only those who were witnesses of her power can attest on how deadly she really is. After her great-grandfather's funeral, another series of events are about to happen, as the Westward Faction reveals another surprising revelation in the shortest way possible. For the last Wuhei spirit-possessing king, who has both of Wuhei's memories and techniques, has been eliminated brutally in the easiest and shortest way possible by his own faction member, who is Edward Wu's son, who unpredictably turned out to be Edward Wu's stronger version of a clone. Or is it that the conquering king is just weaker than Edward? The kings are dethroned, and the demons are now in control. We are about to go deeper into a more momentous part of the series, maybe in the shortest way possible. Ryan Kure, also known as the Taboo Descendant, is one of the assassins from the infamous Kure Clan. He fought for the Undermount Incorporated during the Kengan Annihilation Tournament. Ryan is a demented individual as well as a tyrant who exemplifies violent and disturbed actions, which are due to his fascination for supremacy, subjugation, and manslaughter. He enjoys being antagonistic and doesn't show any regret or guilt for his actions. Ryan can be said to have a narcissistic personality disorder, as he lacks empathy and tends to be hostile to others. Ryan was born with a remarkable genetic mutation due to his divergent heritage. This made him exceptionally powerful, even for his bloodline, as he abuses his exceedingly brutal strength with his sadistic fighting technique. Ryan brutalized Mokichi like he wanted to kill him, thus revealing his real epithet, the Devil. Though he was powerful enough to win the match normally, he activated the removal just to harass his opponent. Subsequently, he showed that he can withstand an insane amount of damage. During round 2, even with Ohma using his powerful Niko style techniques while under the influence of the possessing spirit, Ryan was still able to resist damage from heavy attacks. Even his vital points, such as his genitals, are on a different level, as Ohma struck them with intense ferocity, but still did not show any signs of staggering. Ryan activates his removal and overwhelms Ohma with devastating strikes. But since the removal uses excessive amounts of stamina, he returns to his normal state. And since Ryan did not use any proper Kure techniques, he was eventually defeated by Ohma. But even with the brutal punishment, Ryan was close to defeating his opponent and was still smiling when he was being brought out of the arena with a stretcher. It seems that Ryan never intended to kill Ohma and wasn't that serious in the fight, but still caused serious injuries to Ohma during Hayami Katsumasa's insurgency against the Kengan Association. While Ohma was still hospitalized, Ryan showed no signs of injury from his last fight. He single-handedly battled a large group of guardians and sustained deep lacerations from the bladed weapons and was even impaled by a crossbow bolt. And with his removal activated, none of those attacks had any considerable damage to him. Ryan had mastered a wide range of Japanese martial arts, which was integrated into the Kure Clan's fighting style, and by having this knowledge, he is capable of exploiting every one of them. He only believes in one-sided domination, as he will do anything to trample his opponent and will be cruel most of the time. Ryan never uses any proper Kure techniques, as he believes he can overpower anyone savagely. For 2 years, Ryan was not seen after the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, as he was training with Ohma in the Kure village, as well as refreshing his Kure techniques. Afterwards, while Yamashita Kazuo was about to be decapitated by the members of the Worm, Ryan suddenly appeared behind him and executed the Worm members by using a Kure technique known as the Lion Bite. This is the first Kure technique that Ryan had ever used and revealed, in which the user brutally mangles the neck of the victim with a murderous intent, savagely twisting the head swiftly, thus killing the victim instantly. And if removal is activated, this fatality can be unleashed on multiple targets simultaneously, making it deadlier than it is. Removal is a Kure signature technique that enhances the muscular strength output, speed, and durability of the user by releasing the brain's limiters, thus giving the user the power of a god. Similar with the adrenaline to normal humans that is only activated unconsciously during times of fight or flight situations, which the human body only allows within a limited amount of time to preserve the body from damage due to excessive strain. But the body of a Kure is different. They can activate their latent muscular strength at will without the worry of any bodily damage, as their bodies are capable of withstanding excessive force. The enhanced power output depends on the individual's capabilities. In the case of Ryan, his output release is an astonishing 100%, and only a few in around 1300 years of the Kure Clan has attained this level. The removal has no consequences, given that the Kure had undergone an artificial selection process in which only the strong and powerful were allowed to copulate and produce a much more powerful descendant. Although the removal has its formidable advantages, it causes the user to use stamina excessively and can only be activated for a short period of time. Ryan marked Xiaji as his next target. He aggressively rushed into Xiaji, brutalizing him as he intends in killing him, but the craven escapes when Retsudo arrives at the scene. Though he was still a domineering individual, it seems that Ryan can now control his temper, as he seems to have changed. He was apparently much more quiet and not as rude and ill-mannered as before. Eventually, they arrived at Mount Godslayer, the location where the tournament will be held. Ryan witnessed every fight and had his eyes on his opponent since the beginning. His turn to fight in the tournament finally came against the most dangerous combatant in the Westward Faction, the King of Slaughter, a superhuman that has the personality of the very first Wu of 5,000 years ago, and possesses a technique known as Gihun, a technique which was revealed to be the very same technique as the removal. While the fighter was being introduced, this man will easily overpower and destroy Ryan. In other words, Ryan Kure is According to Ohma, during his recuperation in the Kure village, he and Ryan sparred almost every day, and in the majority of those fights, Ryan always wins. Nevertheless, Ryan is now armed with the deadly Kure techniques. Avidya, a quick swipe at the opponent's eyes or eye gouge, rendering the opponent blind temporarily, making him vulnerable and open for the next attack. Hard slam, a powerful tackle, ramming the opponent with the shoulders and the full weight of the body using leg drive and forward momentum. Buddha Killer, a brutal elbow uppercut strike, rapidly hitting the opponent with the tip of the elbow to the chin, driving the elbow vertically. Mountain Breaker, a devastating strike using both fists, creating a C or U shape, targeting the solar plexus and the head simultaneously. Leg Thrust, a powerful side kick, using the hardest bone in the foot, which is the heel, or the blade of the foot, where you drive your legs to the fullest to create the maximum impact. Ryan brutally assaults his opponent with his sheer strength and Kure techniques, and by using the removal at the proper moment, ending the match horrifically, ripping his opponent in half, knowing that his opponent wielded the knife and had the intention of killing him as well. Ryan intentionally dropped the match and quickly went after Xiaoji and Edward Wu in revenge of their mysterious Kure Clan member, Rikuto, while Ryan's execution of the Kure techniques were just sheer perfection. These techniques were quite basic but powerful, which bears the question, will Ryan use a devastating Kure ultimate technique against someone who's as powerful as Edward Wu? On the Chinese continent, about 5,000 years ago, when the old gods still dwelled in this island, it suddenly appeared, as if it were seeping out from the earth out of nowhere, like a shadow emerging from the depths of hell. It went on to slaughter without reason, without remorse, without rest. It killed people, beasts, demons, and gods alike. Eventually, its eyes were stained black by the blood of its victims. Its name was Wu Hei, the first ever Wu, the first of its kind. This being became the origin of the Wu Clan, a clan of assassins, which was divided into three groups around 1300 years ago. The modern Wu Clan, which remained in China, the Kure Clan, which migrated to Japan, and the dreaded Westward Faction, which migrated to the western areas of the world. The Westward Faction is led by Edward Wu, the most powerful combatant of the Westward Faction. The Westward Faction utilized Wei Sheng to its full extent, and was the only clan to still practice the oral tradition by harboring the original Wu. Wu Hei has lived within them for 5,000 years, thus cloning Wu Hei into several copies of himself. However, Wei Sheng does not have the property to transfer one's powers and abilities, but only the origin's memories, which is why other members of the Westward Faction are called spares. The known Westward Faction members where Wu Hei dwelled are Alan Wu, the King of Slaughter, was an assassin from the Westward Faction of the Wu Clan. He was one of the 13 representative fighters for Purgatory and an infiltrator of the Worm, the combatant that was brutally slaughtered by the demon Ryan Kure. Even at 100% Gihun release rate, Fabio Wu, the King of Brutality, one of the faction members who served as spares for Wu Hei's personality. He was no match against Ryan, even with the help of Solomon Wu. Solomon was later savagely eliminated by the mighty demon Ario Kure, failing to avenge his brother's death at the hands of the latter. Fabio's Ihan release rate is at 100%. Solomon Wu, the fist-breaking king, also one of the faction members serving as a spare for Wu Hei. He was no match against Ryan's indomitable strength and was eventually decapitated by Ario, as he was careless enough to deactivate his Ihan. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. And finally, Edward Wu, the King of Hades, the leader of the Westward Faction of the Wu Clan and an affiliate of the Worm, and the most powerful among the combatants of the faction. Edward had a blood feud with the Kure Clan. This combatant was able to overpower 3 powerhouses of both Wu Clan and Kure Clan, even at his normal state. His durability was able to shrug off devastating blows from the most powerful combatants in the series, and was also able to utilize Ihan to prevent a fatal knife attack to his neck from penetrating and lacerating his jugular vein. Along with his durability is his uncanny flexibility, which allowed him to block attacks from both the front and the rear simultaneously. His power and strength is undeniably terrifying, as he was able to propel his opponents away with single strikes. His Ihan is also at 100% release rate, which increased his devastating force even further and gave him godlike speed, that he was able to strike 3 opponents at almost the same time. The Westward Faction's Wu Clan ultimate technique, the Muay Thai North Star 8-fold Demolition Fist, an ultimate attack which utilizes the user's superhuman speed and abominable strength with every blow. This technique begins with an outward to inward circular movement of the arms, similar to a yin-yang symbol. The user then shoots himself to the opponent, hurling himself with lightning speed, as the user unleashes death-dealing blows, which consists of 8 successive fatal strikes to the upper body, leaving the opponent blood-soaked and lifeless. However, this ultimate attack wasn't enough to destroy Ario's successor, as Ryan was able to outmatch Edward's power and durability, giving him the fatality instead, proving that Ryan had surpassed Ario's overall strength, durability, stamina, and speed in his prime, and Ario Kure, the patriarch of the Kure Clan, who was able to go toe-to-toe with Edward Wu at his age, succumbs to his fatal injuries and passes away, with Ryan, who might be able to replace him as the patriarch. Nevertheless, now that the leader of the Westward Faction is no more, bringing peace to Wu Xing and ending Wu Hei's spirit along with the eliminated members of the Westward Faction, but with one peculiar Westward Faction member left to possess the last Wu Hei spirit. Edward's death will spark a total full head-on war between the Kure Clan, Wu Clan, and the Westward Faction. This will be the beginning of a battle between the most powerful clans in history. Now, how powerful is the real Niko? Where did he go? Is he more powerful than Edward Wu? While it took 3 most powerful combatants and 2 elite fighters to bring him down, will Ohma be able to fight the real Niko head-on? Where is Ryuki? And what will happen to him now that he's found God? What is Kiryu's role in all of this? While Hayami Katsumasa, who rejoiced Ario's death, met his end by the hands of Hayami Masaki. Whatever may happen, I hope that it will be an unbridled bloodbath. Niko Tokita. He is one of the many original students that was recruited by Gaoh Mukaku to master the Niko style, a martial art that was based on the Gaoh style. They were all trained and named Tokita Niko for the sole purpose of reuniting the inside. At some point after the other Niko Tokita's assassination in Gakigahara Forest, he worked as a hitman for the Yakuza during his early days. Meanwhile, in Tokita Ward, the Yakuza members were after a knife-wielding boy who allegedly stole from them. The boy was able to kill his attacker, and Niko Tokita saw the boy's potential and protected him from the Yakuzas he was working for. He used the Niko style redirection kata, the flowing edge, to repeatedly deflect the bullets with his bare knuckles that was fired from a pistol while charging in on the attacker. He used another Niko style redirection kata, change of scenery, to finish off his opponent, a technique which aside from himself, no other Niko style users ever used. This feat proves that Niko Tokita possesses superhuman abilities. After that incident, he adopted the boy and named him Ohma. He then trained Ohma with the Niko style, thus creating a bond between master and student. He then brought Ohma to Gakigahara Forest, for it was time to pass on the secret technique of the Niko style. This training required the practitioner to be physically and mentally worn down to its absolute limits in order to activate all the five senses of the human body, for the mind to exhibit an exceptional height of all senses. Extreme hunger, stress, fatigue, pain, exhaustion, frustration, and left half dead, all of which while wearing shackles that weighed around 10 kilograms each. And every day, Ohma fought Niko without being able to hit him back. Days passed until one day, Ohma was able to figure something out and was able to land a hit on Niko. But all the while, Ohma's Niko was wearing a vest weighing twice heavier than Ohma's shackles. They both took off their weights and battled each other using Niko style techniques. And on that day, after the battle, the Niko styles and share your thoughts. The technique with the strongest attack power, the Demonsbane, has been passed on. One day, the real Niko appeared before Ohma and struck his heart, activating the power of the possessing spirit, otherwise known as the Advance. Ohma's Niko came at the nick of time and fought a berserking Ohma who was about to kill Kiryu Setsuna, and successfully deactivated his spirit possession and saving both Ohma and Kiryu's lives. The spirit possession is also a part of the Niko style and can also be regarded as a Niko style secret technique, multiplying or boosting the user's speed and strength. But because of its negative effects on the human body, both mentally and physically, particularly the heart, this technique was forbidden. Not long after that fight, the real Niko appeared and battled Ohma's Niko. It was a long and gruesome battle, and in the end, Ohma's Niko was able to defeat and kill the real Niko. However, the real Niko dealt fatal injuries to Ohma's Niko, though he already mentioned that he was far from healthy himself, meaning there was a handicap involved. Fighting both powerful fighters had already exhausted his strength and was severely wounded. He endured both battles, but not long after those fights, and still recovering from his injuries, came Taira Genzen, the founder of the Koei Style, and the second master of Kiryu Setsuna. Not even considering that his opponent is injured and not in the greatest condition to fight, Taira Genzen challenged Ohma's Niko. Ohma's Niko still accepted Genzen's challenge and fought him, even though he knew that he's already at the end of his rope. Notwithstanding the fact that Niko was already depleted, he didn't make it an easy fight for Genzen, as the opportunistic bastard had blood all over his pitiful face. That fight ended the life of Niko Tokita, and Ohma, still confused and having the side effects of the possessing spirit, held Niko liable for being feeble, not knowing that his master fought him along with two powerful combatants at full health incessantly. Not to mention that the real Niko, who was said to be a fellow student of Ohma's Niko and must be at the same level as him, or even at a much higher level of power due to the influence of the possessing spirit, was still defeated by Ohma's Niko. And imagine, even someone as powerful as Kuroki Gensai respecting and acknowledging Ohma's Niko as Gensai felt his power. And if there was ever a chance, who do you think would win? Kuroki Gensai, the Devil Lance, or Niko Tokita of the Niko Style? Niko Tokita has been dead for 10 years, but still, even in the afterlife, he trained and guided Ohma within his mind. There are still mysteries unsolved about Niko Tokita. Was he able to find his master, Gaoh Ryuki? Is he also able to use the possessing spirit? How did he know how to deactivate the forbidden technique? Is the possessing spirit connected to the removal or Gi-hun? If it is, does he know something about the Wu Clan and the worm? And is Niko Tokita really dead? The Koei Style, otherwise known as the Fox Shadow Style, is a long-lost martial art that Taira Genzen managed to revive. Kiryu Setsuna is currently the only known user of the martial art. The style is a branch of classical Jiu Jitsu that has been passed down for over 400 years. However, because of the fact that most of its practitioners died in the war, the martial art style was completely lost. At some time, Taira Genzen, a descendant of the main line, collected all the archives he could find on the Koei style and attempted to reconstruct its techniques. However, only 2 techniques were still applicable at that point in time. Unfortunately, despite planning on creating a whole new system for the Koei style, Genzen was only able to salvage 2 techniques before his death at Kiryu Setsuna's hands. These 2 techniques are Blink and Rakshasa's Palm. Blink is a form of footwork that exploits the very moment of the opponent's blinking. The user moves instantaneously and incredibly swift, making them seem to disappear in the blink of an eye. By timing the movement in the instant that the opponent's eyes blink, it creates the illusion of vanishing, allowing the user to close the distance quickly. The Rakshasa's Palm, a twisting blow, a palm strike with a twisting impact. The force from this technique is transmitted from the back to the shoulders to the upper arms, then amplified and transformed into a powerful twisting blow by the spiral motion of the forearms. But it has its weakness. Its power is halved at point-blank range because the forearms cannot be fully rotated. However, Kiryu Setsuna might have mastered the technique very well, as he was able to incapacitate Nikaido Ren at point-blank range. Due to the extreme amount of torque, this technique applies to the user's physical strikes. The user's blows enable him to disable limbs, rip organs, and crack bones. When Genzen was using the Rakshasa's Palm, he only twisted his forearms at 180 degrees, whereas Kiryu was able to twist his forearms at 360 degrees, drastically increasing its lethality, thus surpassing his master. However, the larger the motion needed for Kiryu's version makes it easier to predict and defend against, making it far less practical unless used in conjunction with blink. To be able to use the Rakshasa's palm, the first step in training is for the practitioner to twist their hands at a counterclockwise direction while striking the surface of water all day and night until the water feels like rock, tearing away their skin in the process. This teaches them the sensation of the twisting force. After the practitioner has mastered striking water, he must move on to the next level, which he must then master striking sand. And after the practitioner has mastered striking sand, he then must go on to a higher level, which is gravel. When the practitioner masters all the levels, the practitioner has reached the point where he must use the Rakshasa's palm to strike flesh. For normal practitioners, it takes them less than 8 years to reach the level of striking flesh and complete the training. But there was a prodigy who mastered the Rakshasa's palm in only a year, and that person is none other than Kiryu Setsuna. When Kiryu fought Kuroki Gensai in the Kengan tournament, he revealed 3 more versions of the Koei Style: the Rakshasa's Soul, a variation of the Rakshasa's palm created by Kiryu Setsuna. The user applies the same principles, but this time by using their feet, either as a kick or a means of propulsion. True Rakshasa's palm, another variation of the Rakshasa's palm, again created by Kiryu Setsuna. This move uses a piercing motion with the power focused in the user's fingertips, drastically increasing the lethality of the already deadly technique. And finally, an ultimate technique where a combined power of the twisting strike of the Koei Style, Rakshasa's palm, and the power of the Niko Style, Swimming Swallow, where the user delivers a rush of blows with unpredictable and quickly alternating trajectories, making them incredibly difficult to guard against. The prodigy Kiryu Setsuna created the mingling of the fox and tiger. The Koei Style is a very effective killing technique on its own. However, if combined with Kiryu Setsuna's lunacy, the technique is at its most lethality. Kuroki Gensai is the affiliated fighter of Motorhead Motors during the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, a renowned assassin in the criminal underworld. The undefeated fighter of the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, he defeated the Superman Rihito, the Beautiful Beast Kiryu Setsuna, the Lightning God Mikazuchi Rei, the Fang of Metsudo Kanoh Agito, and the Asura Ohma Tokita, who almost died in the process. Kuroki Gensai is a powerful combatant, a powerful fighter who dominated many renowned and mighty opponents. He was remarked as the avatar of a wisdom king by the high priest of the Daisen Temple, and that the high priest had never witnessed anyone who is as powerful as Kuroki Gensai within 105 years of his life. The intense conditioning that is involved in mastering the Kaiwan style is the reason why Kuroki Gensai is immensely strong. His fingers became tough as steel that enables him to pierce through steel as well. His joints are nearly impossible to break, as he can reset his dislocated joints by using centrifugal force. His defenses are impenetrable. His mastery over his techniques and decades of intense training render each of his strikes extremely deadly, and with his special technique, the Devil Lance, allow him to deal critical damage to his opponent. During his matches in the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, he only took damage due to his opponents are extremely powerful as well. such as Kanoh Agito's ultimate technique, the Dragon Shot, the strike with the greatest firepower, along with the formless style, and especially Ohma Tokita's ultimate secret technique, the Demonsbane, the combination of the 4 katas and the pinnacle of the Niko style, along with the physical attribute altering technique, advance. But even so, Kuroki Gensai and his Kaiwan style dominated his opponents and became the champion. The Kaiwan style was passed on by the first user and master, Shimochi Kazufume, onto Kuroki Gensai, an assassination style that originated in the Ryukyu Kingdom, a combination of the properties of 3 martial arts: Okinawan Karate, Ryukyuan martial arts, and Chinese Wushu. The Kaiwan style emphasizes on Qigong, acupuncture points, martial training, kata, and meridian research. However, the Kaiwan style focuses on conditioning, and the most extreme part that the users undergo is left hand conditioning. They spend most of their training by stabbing sandbags, bamboo poles, and stones using their bare hands and fingertips. This type of hand conditioning is performed every day without rest, even if the user's arm is broken or shredded. The conditioning does not only train the hands and feet, but also every joint in the body is primed over an absurd length of time, making the skin harder and tougher, the bones denser and more durable, until they are strong enough to be used as a piercing weapon, such as a spear, and breaking them is nigh impossible. As shown with Kuroki Gensai, he is also focused on speed, as he was able to stop a bullet at close range using a jar full of water. Known techniques: the Devil Lance, the signature move of the Kaiwan style. The user places his steel-like fingers together and utilizes them to stab his opponent. High-level users of the Kaiwan style can easily pierce through solid steel, piercing the human flesh like hot knife through butter with this technique. This technique mainly utilizes the use of the 4 fingers, but as shown by Kuroki Gensai, the technique also allows the user to utilize the thumb and even the toes. Motionlessness, the term used for foresight in Kaiwan style, the ability to predict or the action of predicting the opponent's move. He used this technique during his fight against the lightning god, Mikazuchi Rei. Bone binding, identical to the Niko style's bone binding technique, which can be inferred that the technique originated from the Kaiwan style, a precise and delicate muscle control, where the user is able to move the body part where the bone is broken. This technique was utilized by Kuroki Gensai during his fight against the Fang of Mitsudo, Kanoh Agito, when he countered Kanoh Agito's ultimate technique, Dragon Shot, a technique so powerful that even Kuroki Gensai's steel arm and joints were broken. Sanchin, the 3 battles, a defensive kata that originated from Ryukyuan Karate. It is concluded to be the ultimate, yet is the simplest kata. A high-level user, such as Kuroki Gensai, is able to utilize Sanchin to block any type of blows or strikes, as seen during his battle with Kanoh Agito. The technique is so powerful that Kanoh Agito referred to it as if one were striking a boulder. Straight punch, 6 strikes. A simple yet effective technique where Gensai strikes his opponent with 6 straight punches. A technique which is used to provoke close combat when facing a powerful opponent. Kuroki Gensai was seen discussing Rihito's growth over the past 2 years with the Kakaze Kirimi in a certain tribe's reservation in the USA in the Kengan Association versus Purgatory Tournament. He witnessed Rihito's match against Falcon after Rihito lost the fight. Falcon, even critically injured, had the audacity to challenge Kuroki Gensai in a duel. Falcon used a ninja technique, misdirection, against Kuroki Gensai. However, Gensai brought Falcon down with only a single strike to the neck before leaving the scene. Rihito, the self-proclaimed Superman, is the president of Super Frozen Cold Storage, and also represents his own company in the Kengan Annihilation Tournament, making him the first fighter president in the Kengan Association's history. His real name is Nakata Ichiro and used the alias Rihito, which means the man who surpasses human reason, as he idolizes superheroes. He is gifted with an incredible grip strength and indestructible fingernails, and had no need to undergo any partial training to develop it. In the early age of 11 years old, he ripped a coin just by using his superhuman grip strength. He met Sawada Keizaburo in high school and became his rival ever since. He met Ohma Tokita for the first time when he trespassed in his home, along with Ivan Karayev, the Russian Reaper. Ivan rushed to attack Ohma, but got his balls crushed instead. Rihito killed Ivan by using his fingertips to slash his neck, thus revealing himself as Ohma's opponent. Ohma and Rihito eventually came to fight. Rihito was able to wound Ohma using his special technique, which is the Razor's Edge. A unique special technique which uses a combination of his naturally acquired indestructible fingernails and superhuman grip strength to tear through flesh, bone, and even armor. An unblockable lethal move which can be said to be similar to holding a knife, though its weakness has been revealed by Ohma during their battle, as it primarily requires a wide range of motion to create enough force and acceleration for the technique to be able to tear through its target. Ohma nullified Rihito's technique by closing in on him and by clasping his hand with Rihito's, thus results in his defeat by Ohma's hands, making him improve his technique, which now requires minimum range of motion. Ohma and Rihito eventually became friends during the Battle Royale in the luxury ship's frigate. After arriving in Ganryu Island, he met Ohkubo Naoya and quickly became friends with him, along with Kaneda Suekichi and Himuro Ryo, forming a group in which some referred to as the Four Stooges. Rai and Kure used Rihito as a warm-up and used the removal on him, thus inflicting a deep wound not only to his body, but to his pride as well. Rihito battled Kuroki Gensai in a duel. He attacked Kuroki, though the match hasn't started yet, and called himself Rihito the Ripper. The battle began and Rihito directly attacks Kuroki, but Kuroki sweeps him, putting Rihito on the ground. Rihito gets back up and attacks Kuroki repeatedly, but Kuroki's strength is obviously several folds than that of Rihito's. But Rihito perseveres and attacks Kuroki once more. He was able to grab Kuroki's gi and attack him with great force, landing his razor's edge on Kuroki Gensai's chest and hits his mark, thus wounding Kuroki in the process. Though the wound was too shallow and Kuroki wasn't even damaged, it was enough to put Kuroki into serious mode. Rihito realizes that he is outclassed by the old fighter, but even so, Rihito attacks Kuroki furiously with a kick, but Kuroki blocks it with ease and counters him with a low sweep. Rihito falls to the ground, and Kuroki follows up with a groundbreaking punch. Rihito was able to dodge the attack and rolls away. They then exchanged attacks, wounding Kuroki several times with Rihito's razor's edge, giving him an upper hand. Rihito continues to attack Kuroki until Kuroki unleashes his special move, the Devil Lance, piercing Rihito's flesh on his right forearm and left inner shoulder. Rihito was dazed, frozen. Kuroki then gives him a powerful kick, sending Rihito away. Rihito was down on his knees and felt his defeat until Kuroki rushed into him and attacks him with another Devil Lance. But Rihito did not give up. He was able to block Kuroki's special and counters him with a powerful blow. Or did he? Rihito then wakes up in the waiting room and realizes that he has lost the fight against Kuroki, thus retiring him from the tournament. Rihito recovered from his injuries and decided to be a disciple of Kuroki and learn the ways of the Kaiwan style. Afterwards, Rihito went on to fight the exterminating Vicar, Mokichi Robinson, to get a place in the roster for the upcoming tournament. Their battle began, and both of them exchanged blows. Initially, the old Rihito would use straight-up brute force and only rely on his inborn talents. But he is different now. He is armed with the basics of the Kaiwan style. Though he is not able to master it, he was able to arrange what he learned and devise his own technique, which Kuroki referred to as a hybrid of Nakata Ichiro style and Kaiwan style, which places Kuroki's confidence in Rihito's abilities. Okichi grapples Rihito, but Rihito lifts him up and slams him to the ground, but Mokichi disengages just before the impact. Rihito follows up with an axe kick, aiming directly at Mokichi's face. Mokichi blocks it with both arms, and Rihito continues to attack. But Mokichi finds an opening and counters Rihito, but Rihito parries the attack and counters Mokichi with a powerful razor's edge. But Mokichi is Rihito's friend and did not really intend on harming Mokichi due to Rihito knows that this is Mokichi's first battle after 2 years of rehabilitation. When the roster was complete, they went on to fight in the arena within Mount Godslayer against Purgatory. The first battle began, and Gaolang was defeated due to tournament rules, and now it is Rihito's turn to fight against the Purgatory's gladiator. As Rihito enters the stage, a whirlwind appears in front of him and reveals his opponent, a self-taught ninja, the Falcon, also known as the Roving Death, a Singaporean whose real name is Albert Lee. Albert Lee is 29 years of age and the son of a wealthy owner of a trading firm. He took part in an underground martial arts promotion, Heroic Tales, and was known as the King of Destruction, for he has the tendency of brutally destroying his opponents without any hesitation. He learned Tai Chi Chuan during his childhood, yet his martial arts experience is unknown. Tai Chi Chuan, or Tai Chi, is a non-competitive, self-paced system of gentle physical exercise and stretching, an internal Chinese martial art practiced for both its defense training, health benefits, and meditation. The term Tai Chi is a Chinese cosmological concept for the flux of yin and yang, and Quan means fist. Falcon reveals his hand. It's ugly, yet threatening, like a carnivore's claws. As per Wakatsuki Takeshi, there is a unique method of partial training passed down among ninjas. The Falcon was known to be a specialist at wrecking, a wrecker whose job is to give his targets who couldn't be killed a fate worse than death. Falcon demonstrates how sharp his claws are by carving a tennis ball in mid-air, yet this doesn't intimidate Rihito in any way. Falcon makes the first move. He rushes into Rihito with great speed while performing a ninjutsu technique, misdirection, and kicks Rihito in the center mass. Misdirection, a technique used by magicians to alter the attention of the audience to perform a magic trick, as Falcon used to be a magician before he became a wrecker. Rihito blocks it, but felt the power of the attack. Falcon rushes in once more and attacks Rihito once again. Rihito repels it and counters it with a left hook. Falcon lands a swipe in Rihito's face and backs away and performs another ninjutsu. He gives Rihito a right kick but blocks it and counters with a knee strike. Rihito now knows his tricks and is able to read his moves. Falcon rushes in again while performing his ninjutsu and gives another kick to Rihito. Rihito prepares for a block, but the kick went through. But it's no ordinary kick. Falcon used his sharp toenails to pierce Rihito's flesh. Falcon reveals that his real target is Rihito's master, Kuroki Gensai, who he referred to as a ninja master. Rihito attacks with a left hook, but misses Falcon. Rihito unleashes a flurry of attacks, but Falcon is fast on his feet and counters with a kick. Falcon follows up with an attack and hits the mark, piercing Rihito's throat, though the attack is not deep enough to cause serious damage to Rihito. Falcon circles Rihito and feints with another piercing attack. Rihito braces for impact, but got pierced by another kick to his left thigh. Falcon used a ninja art called sidestep, which throws the timing of the attack long enough to take opponents by surprise. A simplified version of the Wei Shen used by the fake Yuzaki. Falcon strikes a pose and is about to use another technique, a Falcon-style ninja art, fierce attack formation. Falcon unleashes a chain of attacks to Rihito, pummeling him repeatedly with powerful blows, until Falcon uses another ninjutsu, the Lotus King, which unleashes fierce combos to Rihito. Falcon is missing his attacks, yet Rihito is only backing away. Falcon performs another Falcon-style ninja art, Damascene Thrust, which pierces Rihito's middle chest. Rihito reminisces what Kuroki has taught him and goes to a defensive stance, revealing Falcon's next strike. Falcon closes in and strikes Rihito with an elbow to the face, hitting Rihito with intense force. But then, Falcon gets hit with Rihito's lethal razor's edge as well, leaving Falcon with a snapped chest muscle, causing severe pain and blood loss. Rihito went to a defensive stance to wait for Falcon's next strike, even if it hits him, exposing his chin intentionally to lure Falcon in while biting down and tightening his neck muscles to minimize concussion. Now, Rihito is the one advancing, but Falcon still has another ninja art left, the Owl Talon Kick. Falcon jumps into the air and kicks Rihito from above. Rihito counters it with another razor's edge. Rihito slightly misses, and Falcon pierces his hand and lands another kick to Rihito's back. Falcon uses his kicks to remain afloat and assaults Riot from above. Rihito grabs Falcon's foot and slams him on the ground with great force, but Rihito staggers, revealing another Falcon's ninja art, Toxic Avenger, Yao Xiao, a kind of training in Chinese Kung Fu, a simple method of soaking one's hand or foot into a container full of deadly poison, known in Japan as the poisoned hand. Falcon only did this to his big toes, and though the poison he used is very weak, it causes a minute effect if it enters the bloodstream repeatedly. As Rihito staggers, Falcon attacks Rihito with a series of kicks, but Falcon is losing blood, causing him to reel as well. Rihito, trying to fight the poison, gives Falcon a swift frontal kick, opening Falcon's wound further. Rihito gets another advantage, unleashing a surefire orthodox combo. Rihito swipes another razor's edge, but Falcon was able to dodge it. Rihito grabs Falcon, but slips away and gives Rihito a kick to the back of the head, piercing Rihito's nape, causing Rihito to fall face down. But Rihito gets back up and gives Falcon a terrifying grin. Falcon performs another ninjutsu, but Ryuhito has had enough and kicks Falcon's hands ferociously, breaking them in the process. Now, Falcon's hands are useless, so he gives Ryuhito another owl talon kick, but counters it with a fierce blow to the face, brutally slamming Falcon to the ground with exceptional force. But the bastard kicks Ryuhito's knees, causing him to fall face down. The poison kicks in, and Falcon goes to a rear chokehold and locks Ryuhito using his toes. Ryuhito tries to escape and try to remove the hold, thus tearing Falcon's arm. It was a battle of struggle, but a combination of poison and oxygen deprivation can cause a great deal of damage, even for someone as powerful as Ryuhito. Falcon won the match, which marks another point to Purgatory. Now, Julius Reinhold walks to the stage, while Toa Mudo walks up front as well, which leads to round 3, the battle of the heavyweights. Gaolang Wangsawat is a Muay Thai fighter and also a professional boxer. The personal bodyguard of King Raruma. He was chosen to fight for Yato Trading Company during the Kengan Annihilation Tournament. Gaolang joined the annual cross-border match between Myanmar and Thailand at the early age of 15 years old. In that match, he met Yoroizuka Saw Paing for the first time. He defeated Saw Paing in that fight. Saw Paing persistently challenged Gaolang to a rematch ever since. 20 years ago, when the former king of Thailand caught the sight of his talents, Gaolang started his fighting career as a Nak Muay. After Gaolang became the greatest Nak Muay, he was given the title, the Thai God of War. Muay Thai, also known as the art of 8 limbs, where the hands are your swords, the elbows to act as a sledgehammer, the legs and knees to become your axe and mace, and the shins and forearms toughened and hardened to be the shield and armor against powerful blows. There is no doubt that Muay Thai is a very deadly martial art. But one day, however, Gaolang began to notice the flaws of Muay Thai, as it made the fighter's use of punches redundant, no bobbing and weaving, and no footwork. And because he is the king's personal bodyguard, it would be detrimental if he is not able to use his fists to fight opponents who specialize in other forms of combat. Gaolang then became a professional boxer to rectify Muay Thai's imperfection. Boxing, an unarmed combat of striking with fists. As boxing focuses heavily on punches, defensive tactics such as head movements and footwork, boxing grants the ability to land accurate strikes to devastatingly dismantle the opponent. It lets one develop razor-sharp evasive maneuvers and combos which you can take into other martial arts such as Muay Thai and mixed martial arts. After becoming a Nak Muay and a professional boxer and perfecting his technique, he became the heavyweight champion of all 4 major boxing organizations in just the span of 4 years. At some point while escorting King Raruma during the tournament, Kaz Fujita, a Japanese shoot wrestler, challenged Gaolang in a duel for the position as Raruma's bodyguard. Kaz Fujita could easily take on average Nak Muay strikes without so much as flinching, but he was overwhelmed by the power of Gaolang's flash combo. Gaolang stepped into the arena to fight against Kanoh Agito. Initially, Agito used boxing to fight, but was completely dominated by Gaolang. as a result. However, when Agito switched to Formula Style, Gaolang was unable to fight back. With Agito provoking him, Gaolang then used a combination of boxing and Muay Thai to fight, putting Agito on the defensive. Unfortunately, Agito was able to break Gaolang's fist with an elbow strike in the final moments of the battle. Gaolang was eventually defeated when Agito reverted his fighting style again. After Gaolang's defeat, he was seen with Kaneda and still believes that one day he could get more powerful, which inspired to revitalize Yoroizuka's fighting spirit. During Hayami Katsumasa's insurgency, the Guardians attacked Gaolang, Kaneda, Cosmo, and Adam, and managed to overpower all of them, except for Long Min. It was reported that Gaolang made a comeback to boxing after the Kengan Annihilation Tournament. Gaolang is an extremely powerful combatant that used boxing as his main combat style. He focuses on swift but extremely powerful flicker jabs. Having excellent physical abilities, Gaolang can execute heavy punches from any angle and awkward positions. Gaolang can knock his opponents out with his punch alone. Similar to Kaneda Suekichi, Gaolang is capable of predicting his opponent's movements, but seems to be limited to boxers only. Gaolang's boxing skills are definitely the best in the world. He usually uses the Hitman style flicker stance as his standard fighting posture, as this is usually enough to dominate his opponents. This was proven a fact when he overpowered Kanoh Agito, when they both used boxing, besides Agito having heightened reach advantage. However, when fighting powerful opponents, he combines both Muay Thai and boxing techniques to best his opponent. Gaolang trained in Muay Thai for over 20 years and still mastered boxing, and aside from that, he is predominantly a striking specialist, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the acme of striking. Gaolang was able to force someone of Agito's level to go on a defensive state, and giving him no chance to even counterattack also proves that his combination of Muay Thai and boxing techniques are absolutely overwhelming. Although Gaolang lost that fight against Agito and left him with a broken right hand, which was said to have been beyond repair, he underwent partial training for a year until his fist was able to heal completely. Gaolang's partial training was inspired by Yoroizuka's Unbreakable Bones. Known techniques: Flash. Gaolang's signature boxing technique. While being weighed down by a 10-ounce glove, he is able to fire off 13 jabs in a single breath, with the number of blows he can let off increasing to at least 15 when barehanded. Because of the speed of his punches, it is extremely hard to dodge or counter for professional boxing champions or even fighters such as Kaneda Suekichi, who can predict his attacks. God Glow. A year after Kanoh Agito shattered Gaolang's right hand, and upon practicing partial training, Gaolang is now able to unleash an evolved and even more powerful right straight that is able to surpass the speed of light. His fist became the fist of a god, a technique so powerful that even a fighter who is faster than the speed of light can dodge or even endure it. During his partial training, he was approached by Raru, whom he asked that he wanted to restore his honor by competing in the Kengan Association versus Purgatory Tournament. Gaolang was among the people who was informed that Ohma is alive, and was mentioned alongside Wakatsuki Takeshi as being one of the 2 people already selected for the Kengan Association side in their upcoming showdown with the Purgatory. And in this tournament he will face a fighter, an opponent faster than the speed of light. a boxer who is ranked above him, and this man is none other than Carlos Midel. Carlos Midel, also known as El Dorado, an A-list purgatory gladiator who fights in the tournament against the Kengan Association. He was originally known as the Don Juan of Acapulco. Carlos is a small man, yet very lean in stature. He wears the calavera, a representation of the human skull. The term calavera is often used for handmade skulls that are edible or decorative and are used in the Mexican celebration of Dia de Muertos, or the Day of the Dead, which is also known as All Souls Day. He was bulkier and much more muscular years ago, during the peak of his professional boxing career. He's a good friend of Jose Kanzaki, a Super Japan pro wrestler, and also an A-list gladiator of the Purgatory. Carlos Midel became the undisputed champion of the middleweight class of boxing 14 years ago, despite being shorter in both height and reach than the average boxers of the same class. After being awarded of his championship title, he immediately surrenders his belts after inauguration, until he eventually went further on to dominate every weight class, way up to the heavyweight class. And every time he shifts to a higher weight class, he builds his body by increasing body weight and gaining muscle mass to reach the certain weight requirement that he became completely unrecognizable from his middleweight days. Eventually, not only did he gain muscular physique, he became so strong that he defeated the last heavyweight champion available. Consequently, Carlos Midel's onslaught came to a halt because there were no one else left to challenge him, and also due to his promoter having a bad reputation that he couldn't get the matches that he wanted. And when all was lost, he then decided to vanish from the public eye. Soon afterward, after leaving the public stage, he got involved with the strongest fighters in public combat sports in the Brazilian underground martial arts scene. This is where he encountered martial arts that he had never seen or experienced before. He then realized that his weight was becoming more of a handicap for him, and decided that he will have to lose weight, even if it means to lose power. Aside from that, he knew that he needs to increase his range and add more techniques to his fighting style. In order to do this, he must first learn how to kick. While researching, he stumbled upon a certain fighting style that will match his requirement, an Afro-Brazilian martial art, capoeira. Capoeira, a martial art that combines the elements of fighting, dancing, and acrobatics in a very distinguished kind of way. This martial art grants your body with physical strength, power, flexibility, rhythm, and evasion. It also enhances creativity, courage, self-confidence, concentration, and the ability to spot a target for kicks. For an average practitioner, it usually takes years to master the art of capoeira. But for Carlos Midel, It only took one reference book and 20 hours of practice to master it, and without the need of a partner. He also blended his technique with another martial art, an Eastern martial art known as Digongquan. Digongquan, also known as ground tumbling boxing, is a martial art that originated in the Shandong province of China during the Song Dynasty. This martial art grants the ability to perform tumbles, falls, turns, leg skills, somersaults, and aerial acrobatics, using those techniques for both offense and defense. After completing his technique, he then lost weight of around 40 kilograms of muscle mass and now weighs 53 kilograms at best to maximize his speed. His status and power was even compared to that of Kuroki Gensai by both Kanoh Agito and Ohma Tokita. Carlos was the only boxer who's ever been ranked above Gaolang Wongsawat in the pound-for-pound ratings. His overall power seems to be due to the fact that he's a genius striker. Carlos was an incredibly fast fighter as a bantamweight with the experience to match. He has a technique of stopping his strike at the moment of impact, usually targeting the nose, causing it to bleed profusely, creating a psychological effect to his opponent, as it's not a knockout blow. This technique was first witnessed when he struck Yumigahama Hikaru, a former fang of Metsudo, without him even realizing it, as revenge to what he did to Carlos' friend, Jose Kanzaki. As Carlos seems to give importance to friendship, Carlos used this technique when he countered Gaolang. His apparent foresight ability allowed him to dodge Gaolang's special, the Flash Combo, which not even someone as Kaneda Suekichi's level could do. If Gaolang's speed was referred to be as fast as the speed of light, he claimed to be faster than the speed of light. However, Gaolang, a striking specialist, was able to perceive the pattern of his movements and later predicted where he will evade and go, and was able to land a strike to Carlos. And because he weighs a lot less, that he is almost skin and bones, his ability to absorb damage and blows went down as well, and cannot take nearly that many hits, that even jabs can hit him hard and damage him. Gaolang, having the opportunity, then released a powerful left straight, but amazingly, Carlos was able to evade a supposedly undodgeable attack by laying on the ground. Gaolang was baffled and was reprised with a kick from below, but Gaolang is sharp and was able to block it, hitting Gaolang's left forearm instead, thus revealing Carlos' technique. As Carlos shifted to capoeira techniques, he was able to even grab Gaolang's legs to use it as leverage to try and land another heavy kick. Carlos then aimed to strike Gaolang's joints, causing Gaolang to stagger. Carlos exploited this moment and gave Gaolang a powerful right kick. Carlos continued to attack Gaolang, but then Gaolang saw an opportunity and released a powerful right straight. But as the strike was about to hit Carlos, he was able to deliberately kick Gaolang's right fist. The impact should cause it to break and render it unusable, as Carlos knows that Gaolang's right hand is fragile and that Agito had shattered it before. But to his surprise, Gaolang repelled the attack and his foot was injured instead. Little did Carlos knew that Gaolang was able to restore his right hand, even if it was said to be beyond repair. Gaolang underwent partial training for a year without missing a day. This training usually takes a long period of time, even years, to yield results. Gaolang spent every day and night striking the makiwara, a steel post wrapped in rope. Without stopping, Gaolang struck again and again until it cost him to faint out of exhaustion. He tortured his right fist, and it was nothing short of madness. However, Gaolong's madness led him to achieve an unbreakable and even more powerful right fist. Having injured his right foot, Carlos reverted to boxing and was able to counter Gaolong's attack. Carlos is fast and is dominating the fight, but Gaolong already knew his movements and was able to land a powerful body blow. Carlos is down. He suffered a considerable amount of damage, but even with excruciating pain, he was still able to stand up and recover by using shallow breaths. But Gaolong wouldn't let him recover and kept on attacking. Carlos is afraid of Gaolong's right fist. He tried to use evasive maneuvers, but was unaware of Gaolong's Muay Thai techniques. Carlos got hit again and again until Gaolong unleashed a new secret technique, the God Blow. Carlos was overwhelmed by Gaolong's most powerful strike and was about to fall off stage. But the genius striker had a plan. He knew that he was no match against Gaolong's incredible power. He intentionally led both of them to the edge of the stage and brought both of them to fall on the ground, causing Gaolong to lose by touching the ground first. That led to Carlos' victory. Purgatory now leads by a point against the Kengan Association. Although Carlos won the match due to the tournament rules, he was really no match against Gaolong's power, as he technically lost the fight. Carlos did have speed, but speed without power can never prevail against Gaolong's level, as Kengan Association fighters win by knockouts or by killing their opponent. Carlos Midel was then taken out of the arena with a stretcher. The least favorite of the Kengan characters, and the only mixed martial arts user in the Kengan series, Ohkubo Naoya, as he doesn't have any of those special techniques or mystical shit. But as we all know, mixed martial arts is the culmination of a number of common disciplines, and is one of the most dangerous combat sports in the world. So why is Ohkubo in a clown suit? Here's what I think. Xu Xiaodong, the Mad Dog, the mixed martial arts fighter who exposed fraudulent martial arts in China. Xu grew infuriated by the fakery and hypocrisy amongst these martial arts masters and went on a mission to prove that modern martial arts such as MMA is real and effective. By challenging these kung fu masters, he will prove that they do not have supernatural powers. Nevertheless, he went on exposing fake martial arts masters and provoked them to a duel. Eventually, his biggest fight against another martial arts master came, but he was only allowed to fight in that duel by wearing a clown makeup and wasn't even allowed to use his real name in order to humiliate him. But even so, Xu still defeated that martial arts master, proving that his martial arts is indeed a hoax or ineffective. Xu Xiaodong defeated a Kung Fu master, a Tai Chi grandmaster, a Wing Chun master, and an Iron Palm master who backed off that fight, while people always laughed at clowns. Ohkubo and Xu are both unlikable by most people, and people sees MMA as useless and susceptible against traditional and mystical martial arts. But if Ohkubo represents Xu Xiaodong as the clown who defeated and won against these self-proclaimed grandmasters and broke the wall that protects their fraudulence, will he be able to defeat Terashi, who might be the culmination of these various mystical Chinese martial arts? And could Terashi be using the Iron Palm as a formidable defense and used it to cut Ohkubo by using the side of his palm. However, the fight still goes on. Ohma was already fighting for his life ever since he was 12 years old. He was allegedly caught stealing from the Yakuza. He fought and defeated the brutal Yakuza enforcer at this early age by jumping off a building together with his opponent. He was taken under the wing of Niko Tokita, for he saw Ohma's potential and became his master's only student, who treated him as his own son. Ohma was trained with the Niko style, the fighting style with the most number of techniques and variations among other fighting styles, and was brought to Gakigahara Forest to learn the ultimate Niko style technique, which is the Demonsbane, a technique that can only be achieved by someone who has mastered all 4 katas. Years later, he was given a god inside of him by the real Niko, which is the possessing spirit, a technique that enhances the movement speed and muscular strength output of the body, causing the release of one's dormant power. This technique causes the heart to work harder by pumping more blood into the muscles, forcing the veins to protrude from his whole body. As such, the more Ohma uses this technique, the more it degrades his heart. After all, this technique contradicts with the Niko style itself, damaging the blood vessels in the process as well, causing Ohma to vomit blood and bleed profusely. It is unknown how often he used this technique after the incident with his master and prior to the tournament. Ohma's Niko eventually died by fighting 3 powerful opponents. Ohma never knew his master's sacrifice until he went on to fight in the Kengan Annihilation Tournament and learned the truth about his master. In the tournament, he activated the possessing spirit several times against Hatsumi Sen, Sekibayashi Jun, Inaba Ryo, Ryan Kure, and finally against Kuroki Gensai. Within those activations, Ohma was able to control the power output of the possessing spirit, which gave him a fighting chance against Kuroki and enabled him to fuse the Niko style with the possessing spirit and use them together flawlessly. After his fight against Ryan, he sustained a significant amount of damage and placed him to recuperate in the facility's hospital. But the Kengan Association was attacked by Hayami Katsumasa and eventually fought against Ranjo, a 4th rank guardian and the removal user as well, when he was still healing his injuries. And then there was his fight against Kiryu Setsuna, a fight that should never have taken place, that still contributed to Ohma's injuries. But before we continue, please consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. In Ohma's fight against Wakatsuki, he used the Demonsbane to counter Wakatsuki's devastating strike, but Ohma came short and wasn't able to fully apply the technique's potential, causing more damage to his body. Comparing Kuroki's health with Ohma's had a huge gap in difference. Ohma had been coughing blood even before he fought Ryan, while Kuroki's injuries he got from Agito was minimal, with only a broken hand, a dislocated elbow which he fixed, and no internal injuries. Unlike Ohma, who had sustained injuries beyond that of a normal human can withstand, he wasn't able to recuperate properly. Not to mention that the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals were held on the same day. Ironically, Ohma had also suffered his master's fate, and with his heart failing due to the side effect of the possessing spirit, together with ruptured blood vessels and impaired internal organs, it is a wonder how Ohma was still able to go toe-to-toe with Kuroki until the end while enduring blood loss. Ohma had mastered the Niko style and received his training by the best. If only Ohma was able to rest properly and learned to regulate the power output of the possessing spirit earlier on, the massive damage to his body could have been avoided and will be able to fight Kuroki at his full fighting capacity. Kuroki's fighting style can easily be countered by the Niko style, and the reason why Kuroki felt Ohma's Niko's power. And on the bad side, Kuroki had witnessed the Demonsbane technique during Ohma's fight against Takeshi and was able to render that technique ineffective, leading to Ohma's defeat. Nevertheless, only Ohma had the worst bodily damage anyone could have sustained during the tournament, and still was able to put Kuroki Gensai on the verge of defeat. Although his heart is failing, Ohma did not die from the brutal punishment of his final battle, proving Ohma's prodigious resilience. Thus, Ohma survived because a heart was given to him by an unknown source, a heart made from his own DNA, a heart made exactly for him, a heart that was created by the worm, and now a fighter who mastered the Niko style with the most powerful techniques, equipped with all the countermeasures to engage against any fighting style, has a worm inside of him. And with his time spent in the Kure village, training with the Kure Clan, he might also have gained a set of Kure techniques, making Ohma more powerful than ever. The other, Niko Tokita. He is one of the orphans that was recruited by Gaoh Mukaku and trained them with the Niko style in order to reunite the inside by using martial force. He and Ohma's Niko survived the assassination in Gakigahara Forest and blames Ohma's Niko for the murder of their brothers, as Kiryu told Ohma the twisted truth regarding Ohma's Niko. He claimed ownership of the name Tokita Niko and referred to himself as the real Niko. He trained Kiryu Setsuna with the Niko style and gave Kiryu a god inside of him, which is the Fallen Demon, a secret technique created by the Other Niko, which is only activated when Kiryu is in critical condition. It grants the user with increased reaction time and accelerated counterattacks. Like the possessing spirit, this technique has its own side effect. It destroys the mind of the user, making Kiryu see hallucinations of Ohma's Niko due to his hatred of him, placing Kiryu in a mentally unstable state, thus enhancing Kiryu's obsession with Ohma. The Other Niko then sent Kiryu to Taira Gensan to master the Koei Style. Years later, he tried to recruit Ohma, telling him to forget and abandon the Niko style, but Ohma refused his proposal. He then overwhelmed Ohma with powerful blows before striking him in a certain pressure point, presumably the heart, resulting in the activation of the possessing spirit. He called Ohma the Tiger's vessel before leaving him, which poses the question, what is the Tiger's vessel's origin? Afterwards, Kiryu returned to battle Ohma and used the Rakshasa's palm to activate Ohma's possessing spirit, which only the Other Niko is capable of teaching Kiryu on how to execute. A berserking Ohma that's under the influence of the possessing spirit was about to kill Kiryu until Ohma's Niko arrived and deactivated Ohma's possessing spirit by using the Niko style redirection kata, Chi blockage. Moments later, the Other Niko battled Ohma's Niko in a long and gruesome fight. However, as both are proficient with the Niko style, the Other Niko was not as strong as Ohma's Niko, for he was defeated and allegedly killed in that duel, but left his opponent with a fatal injury. It makes me wonder if the Other Niko used the Formless style during that battle, as he completely abandoned the Niko style, and if he did use the Formless style, which he perfected, then Ohma's Niko is, irrefutably, a force to be reckoned with. The Other Niko relinquished the Niko style due to its imperfections. He also created the possessing spirit and fallen demon, but according to him, these techniques were failures, which I'd like to think was derived from Gi-hun, meaning he was already with a worm and is currently working on the human goo rituals. Before we continue, please consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. The Other Niko created and mastered the ultimate form of martial art, the Formless Style, where the origin of this technique is unknown, and how he discovered the martial art. The Formless Style is a martial art that lets the user alter himself according to the opponent's moves and strategies, combined with unpredictable and unconventional attacks that are difficult to evade or counter. This defensive move allows the user to go limp or soft by relaxing the muscles before the moment of impact, therefore neutralizing or dispersing the opponent's striking force. By mastering the Formless Style, he then created and coordinated a program that resembles the initiation in Gakigahara Forest, a ritual called Gu, where candidates will be locked inside a chamber to participate in a grueling life and death battle to kill each other, and whoever survives, whoever will be the last man standing within 90 days' time, will be allowed to learn and master the Formless Style. The only known fighters who use the Formless Style are the Fifth Fang of Mitsudo, Kanoh Agito, and the Centipede Lu Shan of the Three Demon Fists. The Other Niko had a connection with Edward Wu, who taught him the basics of Gi-hun, a technique which was renamed as Removal by the Kure Clan, a technique which removes the brain's limiters, which lets the user unleash his latent power. He is also connected to the Worm, but only as an ally. Aside from his battle with Ohma's Niko, it is a mystery why there were no records of him in an actual combat. We may yet discover the Other Niko's whereabouts. The same goes for the future of the Tiger's Vessel and the Omega. It is unconfirmed whether he is alive nor dead, since the source of this information was Kiryu, who's mentally degrading and unstable. He might be lurking behind the scenes along with the Worm, since their mission about the Tiger's Vessel is about to be accomplished. But what will he achieve by doing so? What are his motives? If he is alive, will he be joining Kiryu Setsuna in activating Ryuki's possessing spirit? If things go south, will the Purgatory Fighters fight together with the Kengan Association against the Worm? A prominent professional wrestler of the Super Japan Pro Wrestling, a domineering individual who's famous in combat sports, Hell's Angel, Sekabayashi Jun, the Angel of Destruction, a sizable combatant equipped with various deadly wrestling techniques, who perfected the pro wrestling's super practical combat skills with speed that can keep up with the likes of Ohma and Muteba, with unbelievable stamina that is able to withstand even broken bones, joints, and organs. His first battle, which posed a real challenge, was with none other than Niko Tokita. This match exhibited insane exchange of powerful blows and struggles, where Sekabayashi immediately dominated Ohma and unleashed brutal strikes and bone-crushing body slams. His durability was able to hold out against his opponent's thunderous strikes. He easily absorbed Ohma's powerful blows and forced him to use the advance. Note that even with Ohma's augmented speed and strength, Sekabayashi still was able to tank Ohma's disastrous spirit-possessed blows. He did eventually lost consciousness after his opponent broke his windpipe and was eventually defeated. Sekabayashi got back on his feet straight away and showed no signs of prominent damage after that fight. He is able to withstand a sumo wrestler's headbutt, strikes, and devastating unorthodox kicks. even enduring Kyozen's special, the Raging Rigor, with all of Kyozen's total body weight smashing into his body with great speed and devastating impact. A professional wrestler basically wrestles for money and fame. Succubus, however, takes this profession very seriously, although we all know that professional wrestlers are indeed great stunt actors and only pretends to take damage from their opponent's strikes, chokes, and body slams, for they specialize in entertainment purposes only. But these pro wrestling stunts and maneuvers may still pose fatalities, as there are accidents and incidents where professional wrestlers do receive life-threatening damage and even death. Nonetheless, deathmatch, which is a branch of hardcore wrestling, goes far beyond entertainment and employs crude violence, danger, and pain. This type of wrestling, where Succubus is dubbed as the Golden Ace, may be said to be planned and controlled, but the blood, open wounds, and injuries are indeed real and are not for the squeamish. Treacherous items, animals, and weapons are used during these matches, such as barbed wires, razor blades, needles, light bulbs, scorpions, and piranhas, to name a few. Before we continue, consider subscribing and share your thoughts by commenting below. Succubus's known moves and techniques: the backhand slice, a horizontal strike where the edge of the palm is used, also known as backhand chop or knife edge, where the user swings his arm with great force to deal massive damage to the opponent's chest or neck. Clothesline, a strike by extending the user's arm to the side and hitting the neck or chest of the opponent by either charging the opponent or just using the user's sheer strength while keeping the arm parallel to the ground. This strike is strong enough to knock the opponent off his feet. Dropkick, an attack maneuver where the user jumps with all of his force, lifting his body off the ground and uses the power of both of his legs to forcefully kick the opponent either in the face or chest. This move is devastating as the user utilizes his whole body weight in addition to the massive damage of the strike. Splash, also known as body press, where the user utilizes an elevated platform to perform this maneuver. The user uses his entire body weight and the power of gravity to drop his body onto the opponent. This maneuver brings severe damage to the opponent as the ground prevents the body from moving anywhere, dealing massive damage by receiving the full impact of the strike. Power slam, a body slam maneuver where the user grabs his opponent and falls face down, where he uses the momentum of the maneuver and utilizes his own body weight in addition to the opponent's to add more downward force as the opponent hits the ground, dealing crippling damage to the opponent. German suplex, a maneuver where the user grabs his opponent from the rear and lifts him off the ground by using the larger portion of the opponent's body and using both of their body weight and the strength of the user. The user drives and slams the opponent onto the ground, causing serious damage to the opponent's back and neck. Rolling German suplex, a more damaging version of the German suplex, where the user performs another suplex by using the momentum of the first suplex and use that force to generate enough power to execute another but more devastating blow. Argentine backbreaker, a submission hold where the user lifts the opponent and placing him across his shoulders, hooking the neck and the leg with his arms while pulling down on both ends to hyperextend the opponent's body. causing asphyxiation and extreme pain to the opponent, thus forcing the opponent to concede, pass out, or die. Hell's Diva, Marvelous Seki, a bloodthirsty and more ferocious deathmatch wrestler with the power to unleash heavy, full-body blows that astoundingly relies on arm strength alone. Summoned from hell by the Hell's Angel himself, Hell's Diva utilizes brutal and vicious techniques such as the Mongolian chop, a downward blow where both arms are used to strike the opponent's trapezius, causing severe damage, muscle weakness, and reduced range of movement at the shoulder. Sekibayashi's absolute resilience allowed him to withstand powerful combos without using any defensive techniques or stands, forcing the opponent to use all of their strength and deplete their stamina. This ability even enabled him to survive Muteba's fatal Chinese assassination art, Heart Jab, a technique that instantly stops the heart from beating. Sekibayashi Jun, the defensive specialist who can attack while tanking continuous strikes and is said to be in the same level and is able to go head-on against the likes of Akoya Seishu, Hatsumi Sen, the Fang of Mitsudo, and even Wakatsuki Takeshi himself, makes him one of the toughest and hard-wearing combatants in the Kengan Association and may prove to be a great addition in imminent battles or tournaments. I hope you enjoyed watching. Don't forget to subscribe. And to all of you who supports my channel, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.